All right, now we're live and ready to go, talking about Prince and Vanity and the strange events that surrounded them before their death. And I feel that their union was very interesting, very special. I just feel that they should have been together, that they were made for each other. Um, Maybe they were too much alike. Maybe Vanity became Prince. Um, Maybe they were just too much of like where they canceled each other out. That's what I think. I think a lot of it was being too similar. And I think two people are too close to each other as far as what they think and how they move around in the world and how they express themselves. Um, they can actually cancel each other out. They're too much alike. Um, I think when Denise was discovered by Prince, um, she was really wanting to be a model and then an actor, and then she decided to become a singer because she knew it was possible. Um, she had no idea that she would become Vanity, whatever that meant to Prince. I think what Vanity meant to Prince was that she was supposed to be this rare beauty, um, that she was the ultimate pretty girl, that her beauty was exceptional, and he saw himself in her. And I even think Prince wanted to be her at one point, because they had very similar mannerisms and things that Vanity did, he would do. I noticed that, and then things that she did, he would do, and vice versa. And things that he did, she would do. Um, she said that they had. Hello, how you doing, Miss Rosalina Marez? How are you? I hope you're doing fine. Yeah, I think the Purple Rain was about her. I think that the whole being half black, half white, that was Vanity's life. Prince is mixed, but he's more of like generational mixture. We're both, hi there, Fashionista 55. How are you? I hope you're doing fine. Hello, hello. Yeah, I think the movie was pretty much about her, and as far as how it was constructed, like the father's black, the mother's white. Now that's Vanity's parents. That's what her parents were. Prince is mixed, but he's what I call multi-generational mixture. His mother Maddie is half black, half white. His father is half black, half white. So they're two mixed people, technically, you know. Hello, Michael Carroll. How are you? Welcome to the chat. Um, but I do feel like that was really about her. Prince did not have a white mother. He didn't have a black father. He had mixed parents. So technically, I saw it more. It was more like about Vanity in that sense. Um, and I also felt like he. I don't know. It's just weird. That Purple Rain movie was weird to me because I watched it so many times, but I'm just trying to figure out what was real and what was not real. Because even Prince said a lot of it was not true. And I'm thinking, why make a movie that's not true about your life? You know, for the most part. I think the only thing that I believe that were true were the concerts that he did at First Avenue. I believe that was in truth. But a lot of other stuff I didn't know if it was true or not. And even he said a lot of it wasn't true. Fashionista says, I wish Denise could have what? Could have married and had children. Okay, yep, I agree. That would have been interesting. That definitely would have been interesting. Definitely. If they actually had children, could you imagine Prince and Vanity acting have actually having kids? I'm sorry, I sound kind of tired because I took a sleeping pill earlier. I do that. I took a sleeping pill so I can get some sleep earlier, and you know how you still have that sleeping pill thing in you, that whatever. So I do apologize for sounding a little off. But yeah, I agree with that. I think Prince should have had babies with her. That would have been amazing. Would have been so talented. And gosh, what would they have looked like? You know, that would have been amazing. And then Rosalind Martinez says, "Oh, hello, Allura Inseta. The real emotional intensity. Let me put this. I'm going to show this. Real emotional intensity had to do with the movie coming out and being produced, and her not being in it. That's where all the emotional charge energy was." Oh, I agree. I agree. I agree with you. If she would have been in that movie, it would have been so much more intense. It would have made more sense, and you know what I mean. It would have been it would have been more to reality, I guess. I don't know. I think Vanity would have played it much differently, you know, because Apollonia did a good job, but she's not Vanity, so all she can do is pretend and think, well, should I do this? Should I do that? You know, that's true. I think that Prince's babies would have been. Let me click this on here. Fashionista 55 says they would have looked amazing. Yeah, I think that would have been very interesting. I mean, you never know. You know, they were both very good. They were both very good-looking people. I'm slurring my words. I do apologize. Then Fashionista says, "I was devastated when they replaced Vanity with Apollonia." Oh yeah. I grew up after the whole 80s thing, so I'm looking back at it and being a fan of it. But had I been alive during that time, I would have been like, yeah, why not Vanity? Why isn't she in it? I would have been upset too. Yeah, I would have been upset too. Because it's like, that's her. It's her story, part of her story. And I think the reason why she wasn't in the movie is because Prince was like trying to cheat her, basically, wouldn't pay her what she was worth. And she knew that she was an integral part of the movie. She knew what her worth was. So when she asked for a certain amount of money, he denied her of that. And I feel like that was wrong. I think Prince was wrong in doing so. He messed him. I think Prince messed his own self up on that, because all he had to do was pay her what she asked for. I mean, that movie made millions. He made millions off that movie. So why can't you give your people, even not just Vanity, but think about all the other people. Morris Day didn't get paid. I mean, down the line, Lisa, Wendy, the band, The Revolution, they didn't get paid. Well, nobody did, you know, and Prince was a manipulator, that's for sure. And then Rosalina said, let me put this up here. Rosalina says, "I love Prince and I've always been a Prince fan, but I just recently heard, and I don't know if it's true, that he had AIDS before he died. It was full blown." Ooh, I heard rumors about that too. I did hear rumors about it, but I didn't think it was true. I never thought it was true. Because I'm thinking, if he had AIDS, then, I mean, who gave it to him? Like, who would have been the person or persons that he was dealing with that gave it to him? Was it a male or a female? Because, I mean, for years, everybody says Prince was bisexual. I always felt like he was. He just didn't, he just didn't come out and say it. He just showed you, hello, but you just never know. You never know. Because even Vanity said that she had some bisexual dealings, that she dated women as well. She admitted it. And nobody said anything about it. Nobody's like, oh my gosh, she dated women. Because Vanity was one of those people where she was so laid back and unaffected, it seemed, that she'll say something and people don't catch it, But I've heard her say it. I think she said it a couple of times in different interviews about how she was bisexual, or that she had female relationships and that it never worked out. That's when she was talking about why she chose Jesus and all, went into the religious thing, is because of all of her relationships never worked. And she mentioned that she had lesbian relationships. Okay, then. Michael Carroll, I'm going to show your comment. All right. You said, did anyone see the Apollonia recent interview where she's claiming song credits during that era? I was giving her the side eye the whole time. I don't believe it. Okay. I did see that, Michael. I saw that too. And I questioned it too, because I'm thinking, you're making it sound like you actually created songs for Sheila E. and She said she styled Sheila E. She was the one that came up with the concept with the fur coats for Sheila E. and some of the song credits. And I'm like, huh? And then even Manic Monday, she said that she helped write that. I'm like, I don't believe that. She claimed that. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, Apollonia. You barely wrote, I don't think she wrote any of her own songs. How do you write songs for other people? Questionable. Very, I don't quite believe that either. I think that there's a feud going on between Sheila E. and Apollonia. There's a conflict. Because she's saying, because I do apologize. I'm slurring my words. Again, I took a sleeping pill. I do apologize. I should have waited and taken it later. But if I sound weird, it's because I took a sleeping pill, guys. I'm not drunk. So getting back to, I think that Apollonia and Sheila E had a conflict. Something happened between them because Apollonia claims that Sheila E stole money from a charity or something. She said that Sheila E did a charity event and did not give the money to the charity, that she kept the money. I don't know if that's true or not because Sheila E has not addressed it, but maybe we'll hear something from Sheila E in the near future. But Sheila E claims that Prince said that Sheila E was a sociopath. I don't see that. Like in Sheila E's interviews, and she never seems like a kind of person that's just trying to get money and trying to get fame. She always talks about how she wants to be in the background. She never wanted to be a solo artist and how she just wanted to be a background drummer. I've never heard Sheila even say once, "Oh, I want fame, I want fortune, get out of my way. I'm number one." I've never heard Sheila do that. Sheila was always humble to me. I've always, she didn't seem that way to me. And let's see. It says, Rosalind says, Sheila E is the only one that is, let me put here. Sheila E is the only one that is very much reputable in the music industry, and Prince respected her artistry. That's true. I agree. I think that Sheila E was like a triple threat, that she could do it all. She could write her own music, perform, play instruments. I think she was really at that level of excellence that even Prince couldn't touch that. Prince could not do what she did. Prince couldn't do it as well as Sheila E. Because I heard Prince play percussion. He's good. He's actually great, but he's no Sheila E. She's just talented, super talented on the percussion. Mm-hmm. And Rosalina says, hello, Barbara Williamson. Rosalina says Sheila E got the most of Prince. Let me see if I can read. 1 second. I am so tired. Okay, Sheila E got the most out of Prince because he bought her all her costumes, and they used to have competitions about who dressed better every night. Yeah, I heard that too. I heard that as well. And then Barbara Williams says Sheila E has her own agenda. Prince says that he never asked her to be his wife. Oh, I didn't know that. Because Sheila E said something like he tried to give her a ring back in the 80s or something, the early 80s. That he said that he wanted to marry her. But then Cat Glover said that Prince did that to everyone, that every woman that he was ever with, basically, he eluded that he wanted to marry her, or said, what if we got married? Not that he really meant it, but he was just, what if we got married? I think that was more like that. But Sheila might have I don't know. Did I ever hear Sheila say that? I don't think I've heard an interview where she actually said it. But maybe she did say it. I don't know. Did you guys hear did anybody else hear her say that? Because I don't remember that part. But maybe, you never know. But I think Prince used to romance everybody. He did that to every woman. Because his first love, actually one of the first girlfriends we know about, was Susan Moonsey. And I believe that they were going to get married at some point too, that he was going to marry her. I wonder why that didn't work out though. Why didn't he stay with Susan Moonsey? Because she was beautiful too. She's a beautiful lady. Lady T841. Hello there. And she says, I think so too. They may have a showmance, but never a romance. Oh, that's a good point, because a lot of those stars do that. They pretend to be involved with each other so they can get coverage, media coverage, keep their name out there. So they pull a stunt, I guess is a stunt, pretending to be married, pretending to be in love, pretending to, you know, about to get married, and they're really not. They're just doing it for the money, the fame, the fortune. That's true. Let me put Barbara Williams says, okay, let's see. Barbara Williams made a point here that lemon cake wasn't Sheila E's idea. It was Brenda Bennett's husband who baked it. Brenda from Vanity 6. Oh, okay. There's a lot of information that's coming out about this. And I think a lot of it that a lot of stuff that's fake is coming out, and people are debunking all the lies. I guess everybody's calling out the lies, basically. And I was always trying to figure out what is going on with these women. It's like who was he really dating? I mean, I think what's her name? The girl that had the platinum blonde hair, Jill Jones. Is that her name, Jill Jones? She said that there were days where you didn't know who he was with because there was so many women. And then when they would all come together, everybody would say, I'm with Prince. And the other one would be like, I'm with Prince, So he would like make this kind of, what is it called? Bad situation, that he had all the women that he was dating in the same room that he finessed. And they all were like, who are you? That must have been extremely awkward, to have all those women that he claimed that he was dating individually, that he wrote songs for and poetry for and made love to possibly, and they're all in the same room. Because if you think about it, it had to be awkward with Vanity and Susan in the same group, Vanity 6, because Susan used to date Prince first. I mean, she was involved with him, and probably, from what I understand, they were still involved with each other when Vanity came into the picture. So how awkward is that? Like, you're in a group with a woman who's with your man. That had to be super awkward for Susan. Let me put this in. Barbara Williamson says, Prince tour manager says that Sheila E was desperate to have Prince's babies. Wow. I would have never known. And Sheila E never talks about that. She never said anything like, I wish Prince would marry me and we can have a family. I never heard her articulate that. I guess she knew better not to say. I guess she was like, I can't say this. But I think it was her desire to do that. I think that he wanted her. I think Sheila E wanted him, but he didn't necessarily want her like that. He was, because I think I heard an interview where Prince was like, we had a professional relationship, because he even said they weren't really, as involved as Sheila E made it sound like. Because Sheila E was like, yes, it started out as business, and then we became very close, which I could see it. I could see that happening, but how real was that? I mean, or what's the extent of their relationship? Hi, Psych. It says, let me see. Silk. Let me put this up there. I'm learning how to do this because this is my first live on here. No Rosalina Twin F. I guess they're having a conversation. Oh, Barbara Williams says, that's why I don't trust. Let's see. Barbara Williams says, that's why I don't trust Sheila. She's hiding the truth. There has to be something more to the story, because Apollonia said it in that interview when she was at Sunset Sound Studio, that Sheila E was a liar, and that there's a lot of stuff that's not true, and that she also was a thief. She even called her a thief because she said she stole money from the charity event that I guess Sheila E did a charity event after Prince died, and it was supposed to go to certain charities. And Apollonia says that she kept the money. But I think if she kept the money, wouldn't that be news that the charities would have said something about it? Because I haven't heard anything, and to that effect that she stole money. I haven't heard any charity saying, "Oh, she stole money from us. She still owes us." I haven't heard that yet. But you never know. She doesn't seem like the type. Sheila E doesn't seem like that. She doesn't seem like the kind of person that would publicly steal that way. And this is after Prince died. So that would make it even more sinister. I can't see that happening, but you just never know about people. And then Lady T841 says, I think Prince was absolutely shook to his core about her passing. I don't think it was suicide because of her kidney failure. She was going to dialysis every single day. Exactly. That's why I feel like she was set up for murder. That's basically what I wanted to make this live about. And then we could talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. But I do feel like she was set up back in the early 90s when she was leaving the whole glamour and the glitz of Hollywood. She was getting out of it, and she wanted to go back to her using her regular name, and she didn't want to be Vanity anymore. And this is before she got sick, because people don't realize she left before she got sick. She was leaving the industry before that, and she had started to do the evangelism, or at least thinking of doing it before she became ill. And I always felt like, after I did my research on her, I'm like, it's so strange that she gets sick like as soon as she wants to leave. Now all of a sudden she's in the hospital. Like, that to me didn't make sense. I'm like, why is she? And then not only sick, but just like on death's door. And I'm thinking, can crack kill you that bad? I mean, can crack put you in the hospital like that and have you blind and can't hear and can't see? Is crack that bad? I mean, I know drugs are bad, but I'm just thinking, can crack do that to you? Like, that seemed like she got some bad drugs from someone. And then give you kidney failure all at once. I think someone that was close to her poisoned her. And it was a contract. I think it was some sort of a, you know how the cults work, where they pick people that they want to kill, in the industry, because you're not doing what they want you to do. You're not making the money that you're supposed to be making for them. And then you end up with a drug overdose or something in the paper. Oh my gosh, she died of a drug overdose. And it's like a whole setup. That's why I'm thinking somebody set her up. I think somebody slipped her something. And it was people from that cult, whoever those people are in that cult. I believe she was given she was poisoned. I don't think it was crack. And that's what sent, and she was supposed to die then. I think she was supposed to be dead then, back in the 90s. I think they were trying to kill her out then. And then she miraculously survived, and and then she got out of the industry. But I felt like she was targeted because she didn't want to be Vanity anymore. And I feel like once you go into the music industry and you're chosen and all that, and they create you, because Vanity was created by Prince. Prince made up the name Vanity, but I always felt like there was more of a sinister connection there, because the whole Vanity and then adding the 6 on it. What would the 6 mean? To me, that was the sign of the devil, 666, because there's 3 ladies and you're putting Vanity 6, so everybody gets a 6. So it's 666. So 3 6s. So to me, I felt like it was that some kind of occult thing. I never thought about, like, I guess they were saying, oh, the 3 6s means the number of breasts. I didn't believe that story at all. I just think that was a cover up. I think it was 666. They were trying to put out like a satanic type thing, So I do feel like somebody slipped her some drugs, some bad, or poison or something that was supposed to kill her. And I always felt like Prince was a part of that cult in a way. I think that once he had signed on to it, that he took on a kind of a moniker of, I don't know. It's just weird how he has all these symbols in his videos where he's throwing up the 3 6s. He's putting up the devil horns. He's singing about very crazy subjects. Back in the day, Prince had some really raunchy songs. I mean, a lot of his songs from, especially from Dirty Mind, a lot of it was very raunchy. And it was almost like, wow, and I always felt like, listening to his music and going back and researching him, and I found out all those songs. I'm thinking, why was he singing about incest and all this other stuff, like really creepy subjects? And I didn't understand it. And then I was like, well, he's part of a cult. And in that cult, you have to do whatever they tell you to do. They want you to put out a certain image. Then you have to put that out. A certain song, you got to put it out, put their symbols in your videos. You can't really get away from it. Once you're in it, you're in it, And I believe that he was a part of the cult. He accepted it. That's why he was able to make a lot of money and become like number one and win all those awards. And because they put money behind him, his Warner Brothers put money behind Prince. They gave him a wonderful record deal that was unheard of, and I think once Prince decided to get back his masters, when he was fighting to get his masters back, I felt like he was in danger. I'm like, I don't think they're just going to go, hell yeah, here's your masters, here you go. And then that'll be that. I felt like there was something more to that. And I felt like he was in danger because now he's like fighting the system that helped create him. So, somebody made a good point here. Barbara Williams, 6'3" girls with two sides to a record, but it was demonic. They said Prince and Vanity were knee deep in occult stuff. Yeah, I really believe that they were deep into the occult, because even with Vanity, she used to wear the cape, that whole, the cape that she would wear when she was in Vanity 6. And in the occult, they wear capes, when they're doing divination, summoning spirits, you wear a cape and a hood. And then you summon the spirits and those entities. And even the way she danced and stuff like that, she would throw up the horns a lot too. I've seen her doing the horns a lot. She did it in a way where you wouldn't catch it unless you slowed down the video. But she used to throw up the devil horns all the time. And even in Vanity's first album, Flipping Out, she talks about being awake in her tomb, waiting for the next. Like she's talking about being like a vampire or something, she's talking about being an evil entity, basically, that she's become this vampire-ish type woman, and she's preying on people, because that song Flipping Out, I was always trying to figure out, like, why? I mean, of all songs, I was like, she's talking about being like this vampire or something, and it was just weird. It was just a weird song. And the fur coat thing, the whole fur coat, and people thinking that the fur was like chinchilla or something. No, that was a gorilla coat. So I'm thinking, why would she choose a gorilla coat to wear? It was just really, really creepy stuff that she did, but it was acceptable. People accepted it, but it was just weird. So I think she was definitely into the occult. She even said that she used to do psychic readings, and she'd have people come over to her house and they would do those psychic readings, and they would summon different entities, like different demons. And she said that she used to see demons in her house. She used to say, because you remember that interview she did with Barbara, what was it, Joan Rivers, I guess. And she talked about how she used to see demons in her house, and her house was haunted. Yeah, she was into that. And she would go to haunted houses and see if she could see spirits and stuff. You remember when she got arrested and Eddie Murphy had to bail her out because she was in this house, this haunted house, she said. So she was into that. Okay, Fashionista says, let's see. Correct. Prince was talking about getting his masters back. All of the demonic things that go on in the industry and chemtrails. Oh, yeah, that's true. He did talk about the chemtrails. And he made a correlation between the chemtrails and people getting poisoned. Like people started to become violent because it was in the air and you breathe it in, and it would change. It would just like make you aggressive or something, like a drug. Yeah, he talked about that. And he was opening people's eyes to what was, excuse me, he was opening people's eyes to what was going on. And I was like, wow, I never thought about that. I see those planes. Even now, I see these planes going around, and you see the trail of smoke, this white smoke behind it. And I never knew what that was until I heard that interview. I was like, those are chemtrails. Oh, I see. So they're trying to poison people and get people to think a certain way, maybe even to kill people. Yeah. Oh, let me see what Lady T says. It says the Black Album was supposed to be called the Funk Bible. Explanation was that he had been possessed by a demon called Spooky Electric during the recordings, and the album was too evil to distribute. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I kind of did hear something about that. About Spooky Electric is a name that he gave the demons that were trying to possess him. And he made a song, a couple of songs about Spooky Electric. And I was like, wow, he was really haunted. I think he really, I really think Prince took on a demonic spirit. I really did do, like in his earlier years. I think that when he was initiated into the occult and he got his record deal, he agreed to do all the things that they told him to do, which was be half naked on stage, elude that he's bisexual, talk about taboo subjects in his songs, and he was going to be kind of like, he was going to be kind of like a sacrifice in a way. And maybe he didn't realize he was going to be sacrificed in the beginning of it, but he was being set up to be a sacrifice. And he tried to get out the industry. You remember, I think it had to be, when he wrote the word slave on his face, and he was trying to expose the industry to everyone, by writing the name slave. And he would talk about how he feels like he doesn't have his masters. And so therefore he's a slave. He can't put out what he wants to put out, or he could get sued by his label. And, and it's just, it was really weird when he said that. I'm like, wow, so he's having a conflict with it. And I think it was more than just a contract thing. He wanted to get out because he felt like it was very dangerous and very evil. He woke up to that. Like he felt like he was being used, and he was being used, but he signed up for it. He knew that it was his own fault, though. He signed up for it. He went out there and did all those crazy things. And then he realized how much trouble he was in, that he was being possessed by demons, and that he was possibly, they were after him, that if he tried to leave, that he probably would be killed, because he even said himself in an interview that he didn't know who was going to release his music. This is years ago. Like this had to be the early 2000s. He did an interview, I think, with Oprah or someone. And he said something of the nature of, I don't know who's going to release all my music. So he was like eluding then that he knew that he was going to die soon, that they're after him, and that he doesn't know who's going to, because, he was like, I don't know who's going to release this music. I'm not going to be around to do it. So he was just saying back then in so many words that he knew something was up. He knew something was up. And I think that he tried to get out. He was trying to get out of it, and he couldn't get out of it. It was like, they own you. You're part of the cult, and you can't get out of it alive, And that's when he became really religious, and he started to become that a Jehovah's Witness. He starts talking about it more because he was scared. I think he was very scared for his life at that point. And he knew that the cult was going to take him out somehow, because he was trying to get out of the industry. And he was trying to get his masters back, and he was trying to tell people to watch out for the industry and don't sign the contracts, don't accept the deals and all that stuff. He was giving artists a way to create their own empire, basically their own thing. And of course they didn't like that, because you remember when Michael Jackson talked about Sony and how evil Tommy Mottola was, and how they manipulate people and all that stuff. He exposed that, and then eventually he got murdered, and they made it look like it was a drug overdose. That's what they do. They manipulate you, and they manipulate the news to make it look like it's an accident, but they're actually a part of the accident. The doctor that was his doctor was a part of the whole thing. They have their people. The occult have their people. They send people out to get you, and you don't even know it. So I think that he knew that he was in trouble, all those years. He somehow miraculously avoided being murdered sooner. Somehow he was able to manipulate them. He was always a few steps ahead. But then at the end, I think that when they claimed that he had a drug overdose, what was it? It was enough fentanyl to kill like an elephant or something. Like, why would he take that much fentanyl? Like, come on, really? And then the fact that the doctor's son was there who delivered him some sort of medication, it all seems very strategic. And then it's during Passover. The guy that was there, the son of the doctor, they're Jewish. It just doesn't make sense. It just really doesn't make any sense that it was an accident. So I think that allegedly, I believe the doctor has something to do with Prince's death, and the doctor's son had something to do with it. Because why would you have a doctor come over during Passover anyway, and then deliver you medications if you were going to kill yourself? You know what I mean? Why would you have anybody there at all if you were going to commit suicide? You know, it didn't make sense to me. Let me see. It says, oh, this is a good point too. Let's see. Barbara Williams says, that's why Prince demolished his purple home, because he saw demons inside, according to Manuela, his second wife. Exactly. I read about that. He had that home destroyed because he said it was possessed. He would hear things, see things. And he specifically said he heard things, like he would hear voices. You know, just out of nowhere, he'd hear a voice that's as clear as a bell in his house. That's creepy. That would creep me out. I would leave too. That means somebody is actually there. Somebody's there. Some entity is there. If they're talking to you like that, yeah, get out. It's time to go. Yeah, because he destroyed that house. That is true. He did. I think that cult was after him. They were messing with him, toying with him, and eventually they killed him. I think he was supposed to be dead on that. When you remember when he was on the plane and he had the plane land and he went to the hospital, the emergency hospital visit, because he had passed out or something, and he went to the hospital and they revived him, I guess, or got him back. They brought him back or something because he was unconscious, and then he checked out the hospital as soon as he was able to. That I think he was supposed to be dead then. Oh, this is a good point. Let's see. Fashionista 55 says, I heard that the fentanyl was placed in his bottle of vitamins. Could be. They could have switched his vitamins and put some fentanyl pills in there. That's true. They could have done it that way. Very easy. But what I thought was interesting is that the doctor's son was there visiting him to deliver medications. That's strange to me. That is strange. So I think it's more, I think what they did was it was more than just the doctor's son there. I think they poisoned him and made it look like an overdose. Allegedly, I believe that the doctor's son has his hand in it, and the doctor, and somebody else was there, and they poisoned Prince and made it look like a drug overdose. Yep. Because come on, I mean, you're gonna die. I mean, that doesn't make sense. How are you gonna have an OD and the doctor's son is there? I mean, it's just creepy. And then he's Jewish. It's Passover. It's also Queen Elizabeth's birthday. I mean, come on. It's just too many connections for it to be coincidence or accidental. Come on, it's just too many coincidences. Let me put this on here. Lady T says, come on. I'm just waiting my computer there. Come on. Okay. It says it was not the doctor, but those around him at the time. Phaedra managing his finances, who was an attorney who helped him get his master's back, and Kurt, who is his assistant helper. Ooh, good point. Good point. But did they get any money from it? Those people? And how does Tyka play into this? Tyka Nelson, his sister, because she didn't see him upset at all when he died. She was like smirking. I remember seeing a couple of interviews with Tyka, and she literally was smirking and kind of smiling, and she didn't seem to be sad at all. And that that made me feel like, wow, they must have not had a great relationship, because she doesn't seem distraught at all. She seemed kind of like, yeah, he was my brother, but it was no big deal. I didn't see him as a star. She kind of had that attitude, like, oh, it was no big deal. He wasn't a star to me. That's kind of how she came off. I'm like, what? That's interesting. And I felt like Tyka allegedly may have had something to do with it. Because, I mean, come on, she's the one that could benefit from her, and her siblings. They had something to gain from it, especially since there was no they said there was no will, which I find very, very much strange. Why wouldn't he have a will? Why would there not be a will? He's Prince of all. He's Prince. Hello. He's one of the biggest people in music alive. Why wouldn't he have a will? I think he had a will and somebody destroyed it. I can't believe that he didn't have a will. And he was so into getting his masters back and all this other stuff. And he was so organized, and he wouldn't even have a will for his own, to say where his money will go and where his music will go. And I don't believe that. I think he had a will and they destroyed it. Because I think that he had a lot of enemies in the industry, from business executives to other musicians and singers. I think there was a lot of people that hated him. And he had built, and I think part of it could have been that he was really smart in how he handled his money. He was really smart in working with people, and he didn't let people play him. So he was always several steps ahead of them, so they weren't able to manipulate him. And Fashionista says Tyka was jealous of her brother. I agree with that. I totally agree, because the way she talks about him is in that way. It's like they were competing in some way, and she wasn't as good as he was, obviously, because if she was as good as him, she would have made more of a name for herself. But she did talk about him in a way that where it was like they're still competing. Oh yeah, because when he died, she was like, because they asked him, how do you feel about, being the sister of Prince, this great musician? She goes, oh, it wasn't a big deal. He was just, Prince to me. I didn't ever see him as this genius. I mean, come on, like, your brother just died. Wouldn't you say like it was a great thing to have a brother like that? Because he was like my mentor. I would have been like, he's my mentor. I look up to him. He's absolutely great, and he does all these things. I would have never been like, oh, he's just, no big deal. The man just died, and she's talking about him like he's no big deal. That was a red flag. That was a red flag. Oh, let me read what Lady T says. I think he was taken out. I do not believe that P swallowed a handful of pills and said screw it and checked out. Not for a millisecond. I agree with that, because this man fought to get his masters back. I mean, for 20 years or something like that, 20 years fighting to get your masters back and finally getting them, and able now at that point, he was able to re-release his music and make money himself from his own music and do, like, come on, why would you check out? And you have your masters and you have this whole plan of how you're going to re-release your music, and you have all these people you're going to be working with and some other new discoveries. He had people that he was going to put on the map. And then you're going to just say, oh no, it's Passover. Okay, I can't take it anymore. Let me just kill myself. I know the son of my doctor is coming over to give me medication, but I'm just going to go ahead and just kill myself. It makes no sense. None of it did. I'm like, no way. He had too much to live for. He was sitting on $1 billion with his masters, $1 billion sitting there waiting to be made, that he could have made off of his masters alone, just by re-releasing his music. And that was over $1 billion. Not the money that he had already made. That's separate. That would have been 1 billion plus whatever he had. 1,300,000,000. That's what he was sitting on. So I don't believe he killed himself. And it wouldn't take that many pills to kill you, because fentanyl is so strong that you only have to take 1 or 2 to knock you out. Come on. The type of fentanyl that he had, you only have to take a couple. You wouldn't have to take a handful, because he had enough in his system to kill an elephant. So I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Oh, this is a good point. T. Lee Vision. Hello there. And I have to apologize, guys. I'd taken a sleeping pill, so I'm a little groggy. It says, T. Lee Vision said, what about the Simpson episode? I just watched that where they show Bart Simpson killing Prince, and it was a contract killing, and it was a cult of guys asking him to kill Prince. And they show the whole scene. And then they call that predictive programming, when they show you something that's going to happen years later. And they do it in a way that's unassuming, such as a cartoon. You don't think, oh, it's just a cartoon. It's unassuming. It's not real. It's just fiction. They did the same thing with Kobe Bryant. They did a predictive commercial about him dying too. But yeah, I remember that. And the creepy thing about it is that the cult puts it in your face. Like, we're going to do this. This is what we're going to do. We're going to get rid of this guy. And he's going to die, and they put it out there because they're so powerful. They're not just, it's not like a little group, a little clique. This is like people that run the world type thing. This is what this cult is. They run the world. So yeah, when I saw that years before he died, I was like, oh my God, I already knew in my heart that they were going to get him. I said, they're going to kill Prince. He's going to go out some kind of weird way before his time, he's going to go before his time. And that's what happened. And I think they were trying to kill him intermittently, and they were just not successful in taking him out. Or maybe they're doing warning shots where they were showing like, oh yeah, we can do this. Look how close we are to you. We have access to you. Even if you lock yourself in a room in the middle of a desert, we can find you. That's how invasive they are. Okay, it says, Barbara Williams says, let's see what Barbara Williams says. Did I hear Barbara? Oh, I'm sorry. First I'll do T. Lee Vision, then I'll go back to Barbara Williams. If you live, breathe, and eat that industry and stay in it, the industry will kill you. Prince gave his life to the occult period. He chose wickedness. Yeah, he did. I mean, I hate to say that, but he did choose evil, because he even sang about it. Even though he's a great singer, a great performer. He has legendary songs. One of my favorite songs is When Doves Cry, Purple Rain, that era. I love that era. When I researched him and found all that music, I was like, this is my era. I wish I could have seen him in concert and grew up and saw him performing and all that stuff. I wish that was my era. That album was amazing. And there's so many other songs that he has, like Soft and Wet, the naughtier songs. But he did give himself up to the industry, because in order to make it, you have to be their puppet. You have to allow them to use you in any way they see that they can make money. And not just money, but you're actually taking on a demonic spirit. Like, they're calling up demons, they're calling up infernal spirits, and they possess you. Because even Prince had a song called Possessed. And I listened to that song over and over again. I'm like, he actually says that he's possessed. He's telling people that he's possessed by a demon in so many words. And there's other songs like that he talks about not being in his right mind. And he feels like people are out to get him. That is so true. Let me see. I was going to put up. Oh, here's a good one. Barbara says, pills and thrills, daffodils kill. Let's go crazy. That's true. That's in Let's Go Crazy song. And the weird thing about it, I didn't even know what he was saying until like this year. Like, it was weird because I never saw the lyric sheet for that. And I just made up my own lyrics. I never knew what he was saying. And now after reading that, I'm like, wow, he's talking about taking pills and how it can kill you. You know, it's just weird. He was talking about it years ago before his death. And I think he alluded that he didn't believe he was going to be around very long because I think a lot of people in his family died young, like his mom had died early. His father wasn't that old, you know. And so I think it was something that he felt like it was part of his curse or something, that he was going to die way before his time. But it's sad. The industry is very creepy. It's a creepy industry. It's very creepy. Let me read this is a good point that T. Lee said. Vanity on Joan Rivers, she said she levitated off of the bed 6 inches. She did say that. I'm like, how do you levitate unless you're possessed by something? You have to be possessed by something, you know? She said that she had demons in her house and that they were attacking her and they were attacking her friends and her. And that's when I was like, they were after her. The cult was after her because she left them. She left the cult and then she became an evangelist, which was a polar opposite of what she was supposed to be and supposed to do. They wanted her to continue to put out music, demonic music for them, and put out that image. And she decided to leave because she felt like her soul was in danger because she was like, they were having her do stuff. And she even said like she didn't want to have to sleep with the guys that had control over her career. Like she would have to sleep with them in order to get a part in the movie. And she was like, she was praying that at least she would hope that she likes them if she has to sleep with them to get that role. Yeah, she became kind of a prostitute in a way. And she got tired of it. Because that was her moniker. Prince gave her that moniker. She was a prostitute. Because you remember Vanity 6 was supposed to be called the hookers, you know. And I guess when Prince met Denise, he felt that she was so beautiful that he would come up with a name for her. And of course, he was going to call her Vagina. And then that didn't, Vanity was like, no, we're not going to call me Vagina. There's no way. And because she said that in the Playboy interview, that that's what he wanted to call her. And that just shows you how far he was going to go with it. Like he was just trying to really give her this horrible image. Like, come on, could you imagine going on stage and your name is Vagina? Like, how weird is that? And so then he, I guess he's referenced the name Vanity from the Bible. I don't know. But he called her Vanity, which is one of the 7 deadly sins is vanity, vain, pride. Vanity is one of the 7 deadly sins. And that's why he named her that, because that was part of the cult. Call her something that's wicked and evil, because being vain is wicked and evil. That's what the Bible says. And she became the ultimate vain person. She's the most beautiful person. Even in her song Flipping Out, she talks about how she met this man in the West Coast town. He dressed her up in a form-fit gown, filled her eyes with Bella Ladonna, then said, now, lady, forget your honor. Forget your honor. Like, you don't have any honor. You have no type of boundaries. Let down your guard. Become a whore, basically. I hate to say, I sound stupid when I said I sound dumb when I said that. But anyway, that's what Prince wanted her to be, the whore of Babylon. That's kind of how I looked at it. She was like the whore of Babylon. And, or Persephone, the queen of the underworld, one of the two, or both. So that's kind of how I looked at it. I was like, oh, she took on the whore of Babylon, or the Persephone character. So now she's Vanity. She's this ultimate demonic spirit, kind of like Sasha Fierce with Beyonce, kind of like that kind of weird thing where Denise was possessed by the demon, because she's talking about the ritual that she went through in her song, but I guess some people didn't catch it, but she's talking about how Prince and someone took her and recreated her, molded her into this demon, and they gave her a name called Vanity. And how because in the song Flipping Out, she talks about how she after she has been recreated, now she's awake in her tomb, so she's dead. She's the living dead at that point, because she's like, I'm awake in my tomb waiting the next kiss me my fool. So she's in her tomb. That means she's dead, but she's not dead yet because she's still alive. So she's the living dead. She's a demonic spirit. We can call it a vampire. That's what she called it, more like she's like a vampire type character, but we know that that's a demon, right? So she became this demonic spirit. And when she was initiated into the occult and became part of it, then woke up. Somehow she woke up, like right after she did The Last Dragon, and she did, what was it? Was it Action Jackson or something? Somewhere around that time, she woke up and decided, this is not what I wanted to do. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is a good point Barbara made. She said, in Vanity song that she sung under the influence of a 4-letter word on my mind, cocaine, coke. Could be. I think that makes sense to me. Yeah. Mm. It says, my opinion, Prince's music was his early days, and I seen him every time he came to Chicago. That was Fashionista. Fashionista says, my opinion, Prince's best music was his early days, and I see him every time he came to Chicago. Oh, you're from Chi-Town, the Windy City. And it is windy out there. I've been out there. It's windy. And the winters are brutal. The winters remind me of Canada. I thought Canada had bad winters. Oh my gosh. I went to Chicago. It was just as bad. It was just as bad, maybe even worse, because you guys have that wind from Lake Michigan. It makes it even worse because it's so cold. But yeah, I just feel like Denise took on an entity, a demonic entity called Vanity. And she talks about in Flipping Out how she was taken to, West Coast, which is California, and they recreated her, and they created this image of Vanity, and how it was very ritualistic, and how Denise died because she goes, I'm awake in my tomb. So Denise died, and Vanity came alive. And the parallel that I put with her and Beyonce, because Beyonce talks about it in depth. When Beyonce becomes Sasha Fierce, she talked about she feels a demon coming inside of her. And she was initiated by Jay-Z and the people in his cult, which are the same people, relatively the same people that run the whole thing. So Jay-Z is a part of the cult as well. And that's how Beyonce got into becoming Sasha Fierce. That was something that Jay-Z wanted her to do. This is a good point. Let me put here. This is from Allura and Seta. Hello. It says Vanity's brother-in-law said that Prince and Vanity had an on and off relationship up until the 90-ish, which I found very interesting. Yeah, I remember even Vanity alluded to it. She was on, what was that talk show with the guy, the white guy? What was that show called? It was Regis and Kathy Lee show. I saw it on the YouTube. Somebody posted it, and she's talking about making an art piece for Prince. She made this beautiful work of art for Prince. It was like a sculpture, and I think it took her 2 years or 3 years to make, and she made this sculpture for him. And this was in the 90s. This is after they had broken up. They weren't supposed to be seeing each other. And this is in the mid 90s. And she talks about making this sculpture. I'm like, well, if she's making a sculpture of him in the 90s, then they were still together. They were still seeing each other. So Prince and Vanity had an on and off relationship into the 90s. That's true. That is true. She was making a sculpture. I don't know if you guys saw that on YouTube. Somebody posted the interview with her, and she's talking about making a sculpture for Prince, and this is in the mid 90s. So if you're not with him, why are you making him artwork? Like, that took you 2 years and the artwork was about the relationship over the years. You know how intimate that is? I'm surprised she even showed that. But it was a piece of art that she had made for Prince about their relationship. And not only just their relationship in this world, but a relationship in a past life as well, because she believed in past lives. And she, part of the sculpture was about her past life with Prince. You know how intimate that is? That is so personal. I'm surprised she even put that out there. But I think she was just letting people know that she's with them. Denise had her ways. Denise or Vanity, she had her ways. She did little things too to get people to think, you know. And let's see, Barbara Williamson says, after Vanity married her crazy husband Anthony, Prince phoned her begging her to return to Minneapolis. Wow. I didn't know that. That is a good point. I didn't know that. And then we know about Mr. Anthony. He became a killer. He murdered several people. Now he's in jail for life. He's doing life in prison. How did she meet these crazy people is beyond me. How didn't she see something was up with this guy? She's lucky that she's alive, that she was lucky that was alive, because he could have killed her. I don't know why she married him. I thought that was weird. They're nothing alike. They're the opposite of each other. Polar opposites. I'm like, why would she marry him? Of all the people that she probably had access to be married to, why him? It says, when her husband found out, oh, let me put this up here. I didn't know that. It says, when her husband found out, he nearly broke her arm. I didn't know that. I didn't hear that part. She must have talked about it in an interview or something. I must have missed it. Oh, this is a good point. Oh, Lessa James. Hi, Lessa. I'm trying to get everybody's comments up here. It says, did not Prince change his life? He asked his fans for forgiveness for his past music. Because he was not in his right mind. He repented. That is true. He sure did. He sure did do that. He was doing that constantly. He was going on interviews repenting in his own way. I think he was on the Tavis Smiley show, and he basically was like, because he was asking him questions about his older music and stuff like that. And then Prince was like, you know what? I don't play that music anymore. He was like, that's how I was then. I'm not that same person anymore, and that I'm different. Yeah, he did say that, and he had been repenting. So I think when he was doing those interviews, I think that's what he was doing, repenting. That was a very good point, Lessa. I was like, yeah, that's true. He was. And he was talking about that he's a Jehovah's Witness as well, you know. So he was feeling some sort of remorse or some kind of guilt. Because he didn't really, because I mean, you think about it, it's like he sang songs about his sister. You remember that song, Sister? I was shocked, floored. I was floored, actually, because I'm like, wait a minute. Am I hearing what I'm hearing? Is he really saying what he's saying? Why would he do that? I said, he must be on something, because you don't just sing like that without being drugged up or something. Because I think he must have been on drugs. Because how do you even begin to say something like that? That's just crazy, insane. But then he admitted that he was not in his right mind, and he was a whole different person. And again, a whole different person, quote unquote. He was possessed by a demon. He took on a demon as well. That's why he kept changing his name. Spooky Electric, Camille, Jamie Starr, Joey Coco. I mean, he had all these different aliases, like constantly changing his name, changing his image, you know, because when he cut his hair, because I remember when he cut his hair for the, we thought it was just for the movie, Under the Cherry Moon, but that's part of the initiation. Everybody that's in the industry will end up cutting their hair at some point. And then, I mean, this the weirdest stuff. They always tend to cut their hair at a certain pivotal point in their career. They cut all their hair off. The men and the women, they just do it. It's part of the initiation. It's so deep. I don't know how deep I need to go, because I don't want to start naming names, because I'll probably get in trouble. But I have to say allegedly, because if I start naming names, because oh my gosh, deep. You know what I really think it is? I think that these people that run the world are the ones that are killing off these these people in the industry. I think it's really that deep. I think it's really, really deep. What do you guys think? Who do you think, I mean, if you thought that she was murdered and he was murdered, who do you think would have their hand in it? Allegedly. Because it says, okay, Barbara Williamson said, I kind of believe that Prince and Vanity did dark things together, and after her 1993 stroke, she broke off all ties. Yep, I agree. Because she was into divination. She was into doing seances, because he talks about it, doing seances, calling on the spirits. She said that she would have people over her house and they would have seances and it would call on demons. So she definitely was in it. And he was too, because he talks about a lot of his songs are so creepy. Like he has a lot of creepy songs. Prince used to do, and then he would have these weird sounds. Like they were like some of Prince's songs, when I listen to them, it sounds like some kind of some spirits talking to him or something. And he does a lot of backward masking and weird stuff like that. And I always felt like, wow, that's kind of creepy. Especially his earlier music, very creepy. He has a real weird, strange feel to them. It's a strange vibe to them, even though they're wonderful songs. Oh, let me put here. It says, Lessa says, Warner Brothers murdered Prince. Vanity died because of her poor health. But then how did Vanity become unhealthy? How did she get to that state? Was it just drugs? Or did somebody slip her some poison? I think that Vanity was slipped some poison. That's why she ended up in the hospital in 1993. Somebody close to her gave her some poison. It wasn't crack cocaine. It was poison. And that's when she ended up in the hospital with blindness, death, kidney failure, everything shut down. And I'm not a drug user, so I really don't know the effects of drugs per se. But from what I've heard or read, crack cocaine is not even full strength. It's broken down to a point where it's just mildly. It has a short effect on you. Like I think when I've read people that smoke that, they're only high for a short amount of time, so it's not very potent. So how could something that's not that potent put you in the hospital with blindness and kidney failure, renal failure, and you can't hear or see? That's when I knew she was poisoned. Somebody slipped her some poison. They tried to make it look like it was a drug overdose, but it wasn't. That's what I think. Oh, here's a good point. But when we say Warner Brothers allegedly murdered Prince, because there was another I don't know, I can't remember her name. There's a lady that did a whole series on who she believes that killed Prince, and it's so detailed. I mean, it was so detailed. Like she went back all the way to the 1970s, and she breaks down all the executives at the top in Warner Brothers, and she shows you how they manipulate these stars. And I forgot her name. I don't know if her name was Spooky Electric or something like that, but she had a really popular channel. I don't think if the channel may still be there. I don't know, but she breaks all that down. That's true. Warner Brothers had something to do with it, allegedly had something to do with it. But now Fashionista says, right, look at Tiffany Haddish. She shaved her head. That's true. She shaved her head off, and that's one of the rituals. And she's Jewish. She's an Ethiopian Jew, or she's Jewish, or what's the name of her tribe? They're part of the Ethiopian tribe. I can't think of it. Eritrean, and that's kind of the same as Ethiopian because they're so close together. But yeah, she shaved her head. But that's a ritual. It was very ritualistic. They shave their head when they're initiated into the cult. They shave their hair off. They all have done it. Gwyneth Paltrow cut her hair. Pamela Anderson. A lot of them do it. A lot of them do that whole ritualistic thing. And then you know what? Another weird thing about it is, and Beyonce cut her hair. They do these sacrifices. They do blood sacrifices where somebody close to them has to be taken out. And look at Jennifer Hudson, how after she won the Oscar, her mother was killed, her brother and nephew, right after it. So it's something really weird about the whole. And then she cut her hair. She cut her hair right after that. Jennifer Hudson cut her hair. Now she wears short hair now. So it's very ritualistic. Let's see here. Lessa James says, let's see. Okay, they try. Oh, I got the wrong one. But Barbara Williams says they tried to sacrifice Vanity, but it backfired. Yep, that's what I was saying earlier. That's what I was saying earlier. Back in the 90s, they wanted to kill her because she tried to leave. Because people don't realize she left way before she got sick. She was leaving the industry. And then she, started doing drugs again, but somebody poisoned her. Because again, crack does not shut down your kidneys that quickly, make you blind, make you deaf, put you in the hospital like that. Because it's not that potent. It's not that strong. From what I've read, because I don't do crack, but I mean, now if it was heroin or something more stronger, I would, oh yeah, okay, yeah. I would believe it, but not crack cocaine. People smoke crack cocaine and they live until their 80s. I hate to say that, but crack cocaine is not that potent. It really isn't. Somebody slipped her some drugs. Somebody poisoned it. Somebody poisoned her. That's how she came up like that. Because even she said there was a lot of people that were jealous of her. She said, there's a lot of people that are extremely jealous of me. She said that in the Playboy interview. And that got me to thinking, I'm like, who is she talking about? She said, there are people, not a person, people, many. That means multiple. I'm like, who would be jealous of her or close to her that would hate her that much, And I'm thinking, whoever it was slipped her that poison. That's for sure. She was supposed to be dead in the 90s, and she survived it. Let me put some more stuff. I'm going to put some more comments up here. And I do apologize if I have this low energy. Again, I took a sleeping pill, and I shouldn't have done that. I should have waited until after the live. But because usually the sleeping pills don't kick in until, it takes a good hour. But this one kind of kicked in. Let's see. Vanity said she was a drug addict. She admitted to doing a lot of cocaine. Someone could have laced her stuff. People do that. Yes, Lessa. That's what I believe happened. That's what I believe happened. Somebody poisoned her. They laced it, aka poisoned her purposefully. They were trying to kill her. Because she even Vanity said there are people that are extremely jealous of me. And I say extremely. I mean, that means you can't get any worse than that. And when people are extremely jealous of you, they're dangerous. They're going to try to kill you. They're going to do anything in their power to get rid of you. Extremely jealous. She said that in the Playboy interview. Let me see if I can find it. If I can find that interview. Because I would love to try to find this interview. Let me see. I'm going to find this interview as we're talking, but she definitely said it. She said that she definitely said it. But if I can find that interview where, let's see. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it. Because in the Playboy interview, she talked about it. She says that there are people that are extremely jealous of me. And I'm thinking, who is she talking? Because she never says who she's talking about. That's the thing. I'm like, come on, just say the name, Vanity. But she never would. Even in her book, she didn't say the name. But I'm gonna see if I can find that interview. 1 second. I don't know how to use this thing. This is my first live, but I know that there's a technique to do it. So when I figure it out, I'll post it or I'll do a video about it, because I think it's important to listen to what she said, because Vanity was kind of one of those people that was so laid back. She'd say something, and if you're not really paying attention, you don't catch it because it was so laid back and kind of, you know, blasé, like, yeah, you know. I had people that are extremely jealous of me, you know. I mean, she didn't really say much about it. She wouldn't extemporize or elaborate. It's like, what happened, Vanity? Tell us. But that wasn't the kind of interview because it was a Playboy interview. And I guess she felt like, well, I can't really go into that because that's going to take away from why I'm here, is to promote the magazine. And, you know, so I think she had people that were after her. She knew it. She knew their names. And even when she wrote her book, she did not say anything about it. I was so unhappy. I thought when her book came out, she was going to like name names and stuff. She didn't do it. She alludes to it in kind of like a biblical kind of way, but she doesn't say who she's talking about. Ooh, let me see if I can get this back up here. Lessa says, let's see. Okay. I'm trying to get this thing to work. I'm trying to post everybody's comments. And it's like a little delay. I'm sorry, there's a delay in the system. Let's see if it'll let me do it. Come on, computer. See how slow it's coming up? That's weird. Very, very weird. It's not letting me do it. It's a delay in the system for some reason. But it says you are spot on because the neighborhood crackheads, when I was a teenager, are still thriving. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, there's people that do drugs for 20-something years. They're still doing it. And they don't have renal failure. And they're not in the hospital on life support. So somebody poisoned her. That's why I knew that she was marked for death, that they set her up. And Prince was set up as well. And it's interesting how they're both dying of drug overdoses. They both died of drug overdoses. Like, okay, come on now. Can't you be a little bit more creative? And then another weird thing, they're the same age, right? And then Vanity dies on Prince's mother's, the same date that Prince's mother died on, which was February 15th. Vanity dies on February 15th. How interesting is that? Like, that doesn't happen. How likely is that to happen? You die on the same day that his mother dies on? Come on now. That's when I knew it was a setup. I'm like, there's no way. Let me put some more comments up here. This system is lagging right now. I don't know why it's so slow now because it was doing okay earlier. So something's up with this. Maybe because I was trying to add a screen. Maybe that kind of. I was going to let you guys see a video of the Playboy where she says somebody's extremely jealous of her, but it's making it slow. I'm not going to do it. I can't do it. Okay, it says Barbara Williamson. She says that God told her not to reveal the truth in her book. Okay, yeah, she did say that. She basically said that because she said even before the book came out, she was saying that she doesn't want to be like a typical Hollywood person and name names and expose everybody and tell you who did what and how they did it. I wish she would have. That would have made sense to me. Just tell the truth, Vanity, Denise. Tell the truth. Let us know what's going on. But she didn't want to hurt people. She knew that certain people like Prince and all the people that are in that Prince camp, those names would have came up. Those names would have came up. And so she didn't want to say, I guess she was being kind and didn't want to put that out there. But I'm like, but it's your truth, though. Tell the truth. Shame the devil. You know, she didn't have to be malicious about it, but she could have said, you know what, Morris Day is the one that gave me the cocaine, you know, or, you know, initially when she got into the drugs, it was alluded that Morris Day was the one that gave her the cocaine because she was feeling low. She had low energy. She wasn't like wanting to go out on stage. And so he's like, well, try this. This will give you some energy. And it was cocaine. And the cocaine did give her, it's a stimulant. So of course it gave her energy. And that's when she became more and more addicted to it, you know? So, but she doesn't mention that. She doesn't say Morris Day is the one that introduced her to drugs. She doesn't say that. But she should have. Why not? Tell the truth. I would have put that in my book saying this is what happened. But she didn't want to hurt them, I guess. She was like, I don't want to hurt their career because that might affect their career in a negative way by saying that they're doing this stuff. It says, Barbara Williams says, Prince of Vanity made a pact with the demon. That's why it ended up so tragically. That's true. Because the only way you can get out of the occult is by killing yourself or letting them kill you. That's the only way you get out of it. Because the occult or the cult, it's set in stone. This cult is thousands of years old. It's about thousands of years old. The ones that run the world, I mean, they're not going to cater to one person and let that, it's what they do. I mean, it's what they do. You can't get out of it. Because I even heard stories how when they choose certain people to be a part of this thing, they sign their name in blood on a very specific type of paper that they make. They actually signed it in blood. I wonder if that's true. I wonder if they had to do a blood pact or something like that. Let me just put these on here. I'm trying to post everybody's comments on here, but it's not letting me. I'm clicking on it and then it's giving me this red sign. Like I'm clicking on it wrong or something. Yeah, it says Prince. Okay, let me see. It's trying to come up. See how slow it's coming up? It's not letting. Okay, here it goes. It says, Lester James, I remember Vanity crying out in prayer for her sister Patricia. Vanity had a prayer line every Friday morning before she passed away. Wow. I guess Patricia was the other one that she was a model and an actor, I guess. She was getting into the industry. And I think she dated Eddie Murphy. Somebody had mentioned she had dated Eddie Murphy at one point. And yeah, I mean, she was really into her religious thing when she became an evangelist. I think it was the only thing that kept her sane because she was so scared about what was going to happen to her because she knew that people were after her. She knew it. That's why she tried to lay low and not say anything because she knew she probably thought if she said something, then that would have got her killed sooner, that she probably would have died sooner. So I don't know. I'm trying to piece it together where, I mean, I believe allegedly, I believe his doctor had something to do with it because his doctor left town the next day. It's like he literally left either the same day or the next day. He went to Israel. As soon as Prince died, he left town. He left the country along with the son. So I'm thinking, why would they leave the country right after Prince's death? And then I researched, and if you go to Israel, you cannot be extradited. They can't bring you back and try you in court if there was a court case, which there wasn't a court case. That's how good they were. They made it look like it was an accident. He did it to himself, case closed. And then they got rid of the body so fast. Like he literally was gone within that week. I think Tyka Nelson had him cremated. So they didn't even want his body to even remain. They cremated him, which I thought was the weirdest thing. Why would you cremate him? But they had him cremated like within days. I'm like, okay, so you're getting rid of the evidence. Okay. So they got rid of the evidence. They killed Prince. But I think they were trying to kill him way before that. I think that he had incidences, but he never spoke about it. But he would put it in his songs about being chased or being followed. He alluded to it in his songs. So that's why I'm going back and trying to listen to a lot of the songs that he sang that had those, try to find out what really happened, try to piece it together. And maybe I'll do a video about it. Like, this is what I think happened to him. And these are the people who had allegedly had something to do with it. Because I feel like there's something more to the story. And they're just trying to make it look like, oh, it's a coincidence that she died. And then it's a coincidence that he dies. And it's just all coincidences and circumstance. So I'm thinking that there's more to the story. People don't want to talk about it, I guess. I think people don't want to bring it up because they're scared of this occult, the cult, I guess. They're scared of the people. Maybe that could be it. Like people that knew what happened, like in the industry, they don't want to say anything because they know what's really going on. But I don't know. I think they were both murdered. I really do. I think that she was murdered. They poisoned her. And then her being so ill, and then they tried. Because I remember Vanity said on her Facebook before she died that somebody broke into her complex, that there was people breaking into their apartments. And I wouldn't be surprised if somebody got into her apartment, put something in her food or her drink, and got her even more sick. Because it was just weird how she gets this other disease on top of having the dialysis. I just think it's just so weird. And then the fact that she decided not to have the surgery, because she did the GoFundMe page, and I was going to send money to her. And then as soon as I was doing it, they're talking about she's dead. I'm like, what? So I thought that was weird. Yeah, I agree with you, T. Let me put T's response up for you guys. T. Lee Vision. Let me see if I can get your response up there. It's gonna show up sooner or later. This thing is slow for some reason. It wasn't doing this before. There's a lag there's a little bit of a lag. Yeah. Yeah, it says ritualistic satanic sacrifice was done on them. I agree. Because it's in the numbers, right? Like the numbers. Like if I look at their numbers, like Vanity 57, right? And Prince 57. And then I should have done this before I got online. But the numbers came up creepy. I mean, the number 6 comes up and then number 7 comes up when you start reducing all their numbers together. And the fact that she died on I think it was the 58th Grammys. It's the 58th anniversary of the Grammys is the day that she died on, I believe, which was creepy. And then she dies on the same day that Prince's mom died, the same date that Prince's mom died on, which was February 15th. Prince's mother died on the February the 15th, years before. That was creepy. And then he dies 2 months later on Queen Elizabeth's birthday. And it's just so creepy. Isn't that creepy though? It's by the numbers. Yes, I agree, Kimmy. Let me put Kimmy right here. Yep. Murder by the numbers. I agree. It's just too creepy. It's just way too creepy. It's like murder by the numbers. That's exactly what that is. Yep. That is so true. Yeah, because it's like the numbers are coming up too specifically. You know, it's not random. It's very specific. And it goes all the way back to the very beginning of his career. Because if I can find her channel, I think her name was Spooky Electric. She did extensive research on the murder of Prince. She doesn't talk about Vanity's death per se, but she talks about Prince. And it goes all the way back to the 70s when he signed up and got his first contract with them. And she talks about how they manipulated him. Oh, Whitney Houston. Did they call Whitney the Grammy death ritual numbers? Yes. Whitney died on the Grammys as well. And Vanity died on the Grammys. So isn't that kind of creepy though? Like, how is that possible? How is it possible that you died on the same day as your lover's mother's date? You die on the same date, which is creepy. Then you die on the 58th anniversary of the Grammys, which is creepy. So you just kind of see these things lining up, and it's not accidents. Yeah, it says demon contracts will kill you. Let me put this up here. T. Lee vision. Yes, it's creepy. That's true. Demon contracts will kill you. Yep, that is true. And that's something that they talk about. The people in the industry talk about, or people that were trying to get into the industry but didn't make it, or they decided not to go into it because it was too much demonology going on. They talk about how they have you have sex with certain things or people, things and people. Hello, they have you doing blood sacrifices and being part of sacrifices. It's really creepy. And people think it's just all fictitious, but I don't think it is. Because when the thing that really kind of solidified it for me was when Beyonce talked about it. Excuse me, guys. Beyonce said that before she goes on stage, I guess she does some kind of a meditation or something, and she feels this demon come inside of her, and she called it Sasha Fierce. But she goes, I can feel something come inside of me. That's what she said. That's what she says. And I'm like, well, there you go. At least she admitted it, because some people won't admit it. She admitted it, that she feels an entity coming inside of her. And Vanity said the same thing. Denise said the same thing. She said that she could feel demons inside of her. Yeah. So to me, I believe she was murdered because she was going to put out some information about who did what and how they did it and when they did it. And those people did not want that to happen. She did not. She was a danger to them because now she's not part of the cult. So they did not want to be exposed by her. And also she turned on them. She turned on them. So when you turn on them, then you're marked for death. So I believe that she was killed by them and Prince was murdered by them too. Because even you remember when he said on his, I think it was it Twitter, I had been transformed. This is before he died. I had been transformed. And then the eye on his picture, the third eye that he had, after he died, somebody changed the icon to the one with the eye open on his forehead. Who did that? We may never know. And then PJ says, I heard a rumor that Sheila E knows what really happened to Prince, and she didn't share it with the revolution. I agree, because you remember, and I was going to mention this earlier. I'm glad that you mentioned that, PJ. Sheila E also almost died. She was admitted to the hospital right around when Vanity got sick in the hospital. In the same, I think it was a year after, Sheila E ends up in the hospital with her lungs collapsed. Her lungs had collapsed. She was going to die. She couldn't walk. You know, I think she was in trouble too. She was in. That's why she hasn't said anything, because she's still a part of it. She's still in the cult. But technically she did leave. Technically she did leave. She left Prince, and she was trying to get out of it as well. But then she ends up in the hospital when she tries to leave. So something's up here. There's a pattern. Yeah. And Barbara says Vanity fled the scene. 1 second. It says Vanity fled the scene. She knew a lot. That's true. She fled the scene. That is true. And she could have came out in her book talking exactly what happened, but she said that it took her time to write the book because she had to rewrite it many times because she decided not to name names. She didn't want to expose people. And so she made it more into a religious type book. And she kind of kept it on herself and about her challenges and things she went through. But she didn't name any outside names, really. No. Oh, this is a good point. T. Lee Vision. Let's see here. Beyonce also paid homage to Vanity and said she loved her and wanted to be like her. Wow. I think she did say something like that. She said she looked up to her. Like she said, she looked up to those people like Prince and Vanity and Apollonia. Yeah, I think that Beyonce and Vanity are very opposite of each other. That's true. Beyonce is more of, I don't know, she seems more bubbly. And Vanity was more gothic, you know. Vanity was more creepy, kind of gothic. She only wore black, because you remember Vanity only wore black. Very rarely did she wear white or any other color. She usually wore black from head to toe. So she was, to me, I feel like she's more of a gothic type girl. You know, she had that low energy. She wasn't like perky and bubbly. She was very like laid back, low energy. Her vibration was very low. She wasn't really bubbly per se. And then she would wear those kind of, you know, those weird dresses with the lace and the fur. And she was more into that kind of stuff. So yeah, they were very different. Aaliyah was kind of like that too. Now that I think about it, Aaliyah used to only wear black. I think Aaliyah only wore black and silver. She was kind of like that. And I was trying to figure out why they killed her. I think she was a blood sacrifice as well. I think Aaliyah was a blood sacrifice. But I'll get into that on another video. But it was just weird. Yeah, they are very different. Beyonce is very different. But she still went through the ritual. Beyonce still went through the ritual. And she puts her double horns in her videos and the 3 6s. Beyonce does all that. I watch her videos. And I'm like, wow. It comes up with almost every video. She puts in some sort of demonic reference is in her video. Something she's got on, something she's wearing. Yeah, so she's a part of it. She married Jay-Z, and Jay-Z is one of the head people in the, at least in the hip hop industry, that is a part of that cult thing. Yeah, he believes in the cult. Jay-Z is a part of that. But yeah, Aaliyah was murdered because, I mean, she was drugged. She was drugged before she got on the plane, because otherwise she would have never gotten on it. But they drugged her. Somebody drugged her. Somebody that's close to her, that she trusted, gave her a sleeping pill or some type of a sedative, and it literally knocked her out. Because they even talked about this in this recent interview I just saw on YouTube. They was like, well, Aaliyah didn't want to get on the plane. She told them she wasn't getting on it, and then she was going to lay down and rest and wait for a different plane to arrive, because they were supposed to get a different plane. And so she laid down to rest. Somebody gave her something to sleep, a sedative, something really heavy, and it knocked her out. And so when they decided, no, we're going to get on this plane, whoever made that decision, and they walked her, you know how you're so asleep and you don't know what's going on, and you get up and somebody's walking you to somewhere and you're barely understanding. You're not fully awake. You don't know what's really going on, you know. And she didn't really know that she was getting on the same plane that she said she did not want to get on. And so she was killed. Oh, this is a good point. Aaliyah's mom is doing magic on her. She's the culprit. Wow. Because something is kind of weird about the Aaliyah death is because, and her mom, I always felt like, well, why would her mom let her marry or date an older man? I never understood that. That was weird. But I mean, I don't know. I heard some stories about her. I don't know if they're true, but they're saying that the mom has something to do with Aaliyah's death. That her mom is part of a cult as well. I don't know. I hope not. I hope that's not true. That would be so creepy. Oh, here's a good point. Now that we're getting into the Aaliyah thing, it says, Lisa James says, it's talk that Aaliyah was a sacrifice for Beyonce. That has been out there for a while. Like that whole group of people, that cult, that they all, that for some, like Damon Dash had something to do with it. Jay-Z and Beyonce had something to do with it. That in order for Beyonce to become this huge star, they needed to have a sacrifice. And they set Aaliyah up. And I don't know why they would choose her of all people. I don't know why they would do that. But I guess they knew that she was going to be a big star, because she was really on the verge of being this mega superstar, because she just finished that movie Queen of the Damned, which I thought was a really creepy movie for her to do. And that's when I was scared for Aaliyah. I was like, oh, wow, she's in a movie called Queen of the Damned. What does that mean? You know, that means that she has to get into this evil character and do the research and be, you know, and get into the character. And could that be something that could get her killed? In the, you know, that's how I was thinking. when Queen of the Dam was being made, I'm like, oh, I feel scared for her. And then her album was all red. Aaliyah's album, the background was all red. I was like, what does that mean? And then I did my research, and that really means that that person's gonna die. They're getting set up for death. This is before she died. We were all, people online talking about it. I was like, I did feel scared for her. I said, she's getting into the whole witchcraft thing and the vampire thing. I did feel scared for her because I'm like, uh-oh. Because usually somebody dies when they do these weird movies. Because even in Eddie Murphy's movie, The Vampire of Brooklyn or whatever, Vampire in Brooklyn, a woman died in that movie. One of the ladies, I guess she was a stunt double or something. She ended up falling 100 feet off of a building and died. So usually when those movies are made, something weird like that happens. Somebody dies. Oh, it says here, Aaliyah was a burnt offering. Uh-oh. Let's get into it. This is something that I did feel. Let me put your... It says Barbara Williams, Aaliyah was a burnt offering as soon as she died. Damon threw out her clothing. Wow. I didn't know that. Ooh, that is so creepy and scary. Wow. And the fact that she did burn in the Queen of the Dam and she died in the same way, that's what I'm saying. There's something to that. There's something to these rituals. They're so specific. It's not like you can just get out and say, oh, I changed my mind. I really don't want to be a part of this. You guys can have it. I'm gone. Bye. You'll never see me again. It's like you can't just leave like that. They don't allow you to. It's like the only way you can get out is by being killed. And that's what happened to Vanity. And that's what happened to Prince. And that's why Prince, here's the thing about the whole Prince thing. He knew what was going on. He knew what he was involved with. And he knew if he tried to leave, that this was going to happen. He knew it. And that's why he became a Jehovah's Witness. He was trying to prepare his soul for the next level because he knew he was in trouble. And he didn't want to go out not being quote unquote saved, I guess. That's why he went into the Jehovah's Witness and started speaking about that so much. Oh, predictive programming, Leah. Oh, that's a good point because we were just talking about predictive programming earlier with the Prince in The Simpsons. Predictive programming, Aaliyah. Yeah, they did the movie showing you how she was going to die, that she was going to be burnt up, and that's what happened in real life. Isn't that the weirdest? That's so creepy. Oh my God. You know how much time and energy and effort it takes to plan these things out? It probably took them years to come up with what, you know what I mean? Like they probably planned this for years. Like this is going to be the one that we're going to sacrifice. So maybe 2 or 3 years earlier, they've already pinpointed who they want to be able to sacrifice, and they planned it out. They found the opportunity, and I don't know. It's just so weird how they plan this stuff out. Oh, let me put this up here. This is a good point. Oh, with Left Eye Lopez? Yes. She was set up too. I believe she was set up as well. That is just so creepy. It says, Vanity dreamt that Prince was in trouble. The eagle ate the dove, says Vanity. Yep. Isn't that something? The eagle ate the dove. But I think they all knew that they were in trouble. They know it because because these are intelligent people. These are not dummies. Vanity was extremely smart. Prince was extremely smart. Aaliyah was extremely smart. TLC was extremely smart. These are really brilliant people. They know what they're getting into. But I feel like they're at the point where they want to be something and they want their voice to be heard. And they're willing, I guess at that moment, they're willing to take a chance because they believe that they can get out of it. They think they can change the trajectory of it. Once they get what they want, once they get the money and fame, they think, well, I'm smart enough to get out of this. I can change this around, do this and that. No, it doesn't work that way. If they want to take you out, they can take you out. They are everywhere. They have access to everything that you do. And just even with Prince, there was this weird guy that was around him that was a person that was supposed to help Prince with his career. And he was like a psychoanalyst, and he would have these sessions with Prince where he would ask him about different things in Prince's life from way back in the day until his present, things that triggered him. And this guy literally broke Prince down bit by bit. He knew everything about Prince. And I guess he was brought in to try to help Prince to open up and to be more open on stage or something like that. I'm not sure what he was, but I think he was a warlock. I think he's a warlock. I think he's still on here somewhere. And I'm probably going to, once I do some more research on him and all that, I'll post all that information in a video. But he basically was breaking Prince down, and he wanted to know all of Prince's passion points, things he was passionate about. I mean, that's pretty invasive. You know all these intimate things about him. And I just think that's creepy. And they brought this man, Warner Brothers brought this man in to help Prince, to like open up or something. Very creepy. Okay, let me see what this. It says, Kimmy X says, in his last concert, which was at his home, Prince told the audience to save their prayers for him. Also, do not forget that Prince allowed photos of him riding a bike around town. That's true. He was on a bike. That allegedly, I think that was him. It looked like him from a distance. And he was near the Walgreens store. Walgreens came up in the picture, like he was going to pick up a prescription or something. It was weird. That was weird, though. And so obviously he was healthy enough to ride around on a bike. He's obviously healthy enough to get up and go around town. I thought that was really weird. And then when he said that, save your prayers, that was creepy. I'm like, he already knows he knows something's going to happen. He knows he's in trouble. He knew it. Yeah, it's a very twisted society. I think that it's really, demonology is the whole, it's you're praising the prince of this world, which is Satan, and you're doing all those old ancient rituals back from ancient times. That's what they're doing. They have all that stuff from ancient times, all the symbols and stuff. They have access to all that. But it's very sad that they both got murdered, though. I mean, and it's even, and the weird thing about it is like a lot of the conspiracy videos have been taken down. Like you can't find them. Like I used to be able to click on Vanity, Prince murder, or Prince being murdered. Can't find barely anything. Maybe one or two videos maybe come up. So they basically got taken down. A lot of those videos that told on who they believe did have their hand in it. Those videos were taken down. Because again, there's a lady on here that did a whole series on Prince and his murder. I mean, it was so detailed. It's almost like at the detective level, that's how invasive it was. She was really going back far and naming names and stuff. So yeah, but I think her channel was shut down. I don't know. I can't find it. I think her channel was Spooky Electric or something like that. I can't really remember because I can't find it now. Yeah, it's good to, you know what? I agree, Miss T. Lee. Thank you so much. I like, I think this was important to have a chat about it because I've been thinking about this for quite some time, and their deaths never felt right to me. I never felt right about it. And I still listen to Vanity's music, and I still watch her videos, and I still listen to Prince's music, and I watch his videos. And every time I click on them, I just feel this sad, sad feeling of something happened to them that could have been avoided, but you're welcome. I just feel like something happened that could have been avoided. I don't know. Maybe it couldn't have been avoided because they were part of it. They signed on the dot. I'm sorry, I sound so groggy. This is that sleeping pill kicking in. But they sounded, I'm sorry. But they signed on the dotted line, and it's like, oh, they know what they're getting into. They know it's going to be, you got to get up there and put up the 3 6s, the 3 6s. You got to put up the devil horns. You got to sing about certain subjects. You have to act a certain way on stage. Be half naked. You know, they knew it. They knew what they were getting into, but they wanted the fame and the fortune. They wanted the money. And they knew, and maybe they both knew that they were in trouble. They knew they were in trouble. Now, getting into kind of a little bit about the Aaliyah thing, I think Aaliyah knew she was in trouble. She knew that something bad was going to happen. That's why she didn't want to get on the plane. And then she was like, why are they sending this small plane? You know, that was a red flag because they were supposed to get a different type of plane to go back. And then they come with this little Cessna, you know. And I'm like, somebody manipulated that. Somebody manipulated that and made that happen. Okay, it says, PJ said, and his Instagram post said, just when you thought you were safe and it was taken down. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Prince's post on Instagram. It says, just when you thought you were safe. And then it was taken down. So he knew something was up. He knew it. At least he knew, you know, at least he was aware of it. But he didn't know how to get out of it, though. He didn't know what, because he knew once Vanity was gone, he was in trouble. Because you remember Prince was on that flight and he had his plane go land to go to the hospital because he was unconscious. And yeah, and it says, oh, this is a good point. That's a good point. And let's see here. Barbara Williams says, Aaliyah had an evil entourage. It had to be, because I'm thinking, and you know, and here's another creepy thing that I saw during this an interview about her. And you know that Aaliyah was a Capricorn and Vanity were she was a Capricorn too. I don't know what that connection is. I'm trying to figure it out. But they were kind of similar though. They had a similarity. They both had that, like, both of the ladies only wore black. They both had that low vibration because Aaliyah has a low vibration. Aaliyah is not perky. She was very low vibration. But yeah, the entourage, let's talk about that for a second. I do believe that a lot of the people that were around Aaliyah, they had an agenda. Because you remember the weird thing about it, the choreographer, I thought it was something weird about her. She took a picture of Aaliyah while she was sleeping on that day, the day that she was going to get on the plane. And she didn't get on the plane. The choreographer was not on the plane. I think the choreographer knew something was going to happen, because why would you take a picture of Aaliyah sleeping? And she goes, I took this picture of her on the day that she died, before she got on the plane, and she was sleeping. She looked so peaceful and like an angel. I'm thinking, why would you take a person unaware? She was unaware that you're taking a picture of her sleeping. Why would you do that? That's weird. But yeah, it's something's going on. So that cult, Damon Dash, he knows what's going on with it. Jay-Z knows what's going on. Beyonce, allegedly, they know what's going on. But they know what's up. Come on. Something's going on. And then T. Lee says, yes, and remember Aaliyah, Beyonce, and Countess, some other girls were on Star Search. Yep, they were all on Star Search. Yeah. It's almost like a weird little cult thing going. It's a cult thing. You know, it's very, very ritualistic, very specific. So I think that when Vanity tried to get out the first time, when she left the industry, they try to kill her. They try to poison her in 1993. And Sheila E. also ended up in the hospital with both of her lungs collapsed. And then Prince dies. It's just very creepy. Very, very strange. If you're trying to get out of the industry, you can't get out. Once you're in, you're in. And I wish they would talk more about that. I guess the ones that are living, I guess they won't, because they're going to get killed. But I wish we could know more about it. Name some names. Who specifically? You know, I would like to know the people that did it or involved. You know, I guess we'll never really know. We can only guess. So then now, but here's the thing: they're both free. Vanity and Prince are free now. They're free from all the craziness that's going on. Hopefully they're in a better place and they're together again. Maybe, hopefully. I hope that. That's what I wish for them. Because I think they should have been together here on Earth. I think that they made a great couple. But of course, they were too much alike, personality-wise. Ooh, it says Sheila E. had crack cocaine symptoms. Is she? It says Sheila E. had crack cocaine symptoms. It could be, because, I mean, Sheila E. says something of the nature that she had acupuncture and they punctured one of her lungs. I don't believe that. I don't believe that story. Because Sheila E.'s brother was a known drug. I mean, he had a known drug habit, her brother. And her brother, you remember her brother's daughter, Nicole? He gave her up for adoption because he couldn't take care of her because he was such a drug addict. And then Sheila E. didn't take care of her. So she must have had an issue herself because Lionel Richie adopted her. Now she's Nicole Richie. Nicole Richie. So that's interesting. Because Sheila tries to make it sound like she wasn't into the drug thing. And, you know, she never talks about it. But I think she was. I think she was. Because she used to talk about how her and Prince used to travel the world, like after concerts. Like you do a 2.5-hour concert and then you're off on a plane, or you're still in the same town, but then you go out and do a mini concert at a club the same day. Like you never get sleep. Like when do you sleep? And then she talked about, then after we did that, we would jump on a plane and go to France and do a concert out there. I'm like, when do you have time to even, you know, take care of yourself? And then where do you get all that energy? I'm like, because Sheila had a lot of energy. So I'm like, how did she get all that energy? I wish I had that energy. I always admired Prince's energy and Sheila E's energy. I'm like, how do they get all this energy? And Lessa says, I remember Vanity was on the Donnie Simpson show and admitted she couldn't sing, but she tries. That's true. At least she admitted it. She was very real. She never lied about stuff like that. She never lied. She really didn't. She just told the truth. That's what I liked about her, because she was so open and honest and she didn't sit there making up stuff. You know, she used to really just kind of put out the truth in her own way, you know. But yeah, I mean, I guess we'll never know exactly who murdered them, but they were definitely taken out ritualistically. In order to do all that stuff, you have to have a lot of time and money. I mean, it's not like you could just, okay, I'm going to just make the plane crash. I mean, that takes time and effort and money and people. And so these are very powerful people that did all that. Oh, that's a good point. Why didn't Sheila E's family get their? I think something's going on with that family. I think Sheila E's family, there's something there. There's something about them. I think they're all on some kind of drug. I think they all were drug addicts or something. They had to be, because why wouldn't they go to the family? Exactly. That was my point too. It says Lenny Kravitz better watch his back, because recently now they are celebrating his entire catalog, and that's where it starts. Industry, they're trying to bump him off. If we're not off, we are not stupid. That's true. They do that. They'll pinpoint a person and start celebrating them, you know, and then all of a sudden they're gone. It's either going to be a car crash or a drug overdose. It'll be something like that. It'll be some sort of a vehicle accident or a plane crash or drugs. And then, yeah, exactly. Blood sacrifice. Because I guess, you know, look at what happened to Kanye West. His mom dies unexpectedly. Again, I have to, excuse me, guys. This sleeping pill has kicked in. But Kanye West's mother died. You know, like that was weird. And even he said that he made a contract with the devil. He said he sold his soul to the devil. That's what Kanye says in his concerts. He was doing that. He said he sold his soul to the devil, and his mom is gone now because of it. And he wished he could go back to when it was simpler, in simpler times, before the money than fame, that he was happier then, you know. But it's too late. He's caught up in the occult now. He's a part of it. That's why he's a billionaire. Think about it. He's a billionaire now. They say Kanye West is worth $6 billion. $6 billion? That's crazy. That is amazing amount of money. And you're a rapper and you are worth $6 million. A rapper. How is that possible? So somebody's pulling some strings for him. Somebody's pulling some strings for him. Somebody's pulling strings for the Kanye West and Jay-Z and Beyonce, Rihanna. They're all billionaires now. And how do you become a billionaire in America? So, you know, it's just like, and so quickly. It didn't take that long. Now he's got $6 billion. Like, how is that possible? And I feel like you have to be a part of this cult in order to get it, because in order to move that kind of money, you have to know those people in that circle, because you have to deal with those bankers and those investors and all of that. That's the top echelon of society, the 1%ers or beyond that. So you're dealing with those people, and how are they accepting you? You're a rapper, and how is that possible that you don't come from their background, but yet you're able to vacillate between these people, these very powerful people? You have to be a part of, you have to be chosen, you have to be a part of this group to have that kind of money. And to be a rapper or a singer and you've got that kind of money? It says something's kind of creepy about that, right? Something's really creepy. And PJ says, Lenny Kravitz is next, just giving y'all the truth. Could be. You know, the interesting thing about Lenny Kravitz, I've always liked him. I think that he's a great artist and all that. But I do see that kind of same dark cloud around him. And his daughter is in a movie called, I think she's playing Catwoman. His daughter's Catwoman in the upcoming Batman movie. And she plays a really creepy character in that. I mean, they made her more sinister. You know, she's more like a grittier Catwoman. Yeah, but I was like, something's going on with that. I think if they're celebrating him, something else is going on. I agree. I didn't want to bring it up, but since you brought it up, there's a lot of red flags around him. There's something really strange. So I think you're right, PJ. I think something's up with that. Something is up with that. And T. Lee says, billionaires for twerking and nursery rhymes to beats. It's like, that's true. It's like, here we are working our butts off trying to get to the top and doing it the right way, I guess, quote unquote, the right way. I would love to have $6 billion. I would love to have that. But what do you do but what do you have to do to get that? You know, like, what is it that you have to do? Sell your soul? You have to write your name in blood on a piece of skin or something and chant inside of a pentagram or something to get it? Because that's what it seems like to me. And Kanye even said that he sold his soul to the devil. He says it in his songs. He said it on stage live. He even stopped his concert. You remember when he stopped his concert and had that long rant about Jay-Z coming for him and don't send people to kill him and all that stuff? Yep. And then his mom dies. Yeah, it's something creepy. It's a creepy industry. It's very creepy. Dark energy indeed. But yeah, I think Lenny Kravitz might be in trouble too. I mean, they all are in trouble. I mean, if you really think about it, even Shaka Khan says you're worth more dead than alive. Shaka Khan said that in an interview. And I was like, yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. Because as soon as you die as a musician, you start selling. Your units start to sell. People start buying your music left and right. Yeah. Something's going on. And I mean, it's something that we're all aware of. We're all aware of it, but it's just like, how do you get out of it? I don't think you can. I think you're just indoctrinated and you're in it and that's it. And the only way to get out is when you pass away, I guess. I don't know. And then when Kanye got with Kim Kardashian, and she's wealthy, I mean, it's just like, it's like she's wealthy based on her looks, just on her looks. Kim Kardashian is making more money than Beyonce. You know what I mean? It's like I was comparing those two. I said, "What? How is it that Kim Kardashian makes as much money as one of the greatest performers of our time, which is Beyonce? She's one of the best singers and performers. How is Kim making as much money as her? Like, what is she doing that's so wonderful?" And I could not think of it. I could not think of one thing that. Oh yeah, R. Kelly's music is selling right now, so his label's making a lot of money. Whoever owns his masters is making a ton of money. Yeah. So I'm like, I don't know. It's just weird. It's a lot of weird stuff going on. Yeah, R. Kelly. Yep. It's just weird. Like as soon as you die, your units go up. Like when Whitney Houston died, her sales went through the roof. They made a lot of money off of her. They made a ton of money off of her. And then her daughter dies in the same way in a bathtub. I mean, come on. You can't make this stuff up. You can't sit here and just make this stuff up. So that's why I was like, this has been going on for a while. So I've always felt that Prince and Vanity were marked for death. They were set up to be murdered because they wanted to get out of the industry. Now, had they been, good, had they been obedient, they probably both still be alive. They probably still would be alive. Yeah. They probably would still be doing their thing. They practice. Barbara says that these people practice sorcery. Yeah. Plus, all other types of witchcraft, divination, using objects, calling on the different spirits, different demons, speaking with the dead, putting curses on, hexes on people. Yeah. Because I think Left Eye Lopez, she was trying to get out of it. She was trying to cleanse herself because she knew she was in trouble. She knew it. And then she tried to go to Honduras and do that whole vacation and do the Dr. Sebi cleansing program that he gave her and trying to do like natural herbs and all that stuff. She was really trying to change. She really was. And it was just too late. It was just too late. She was marked for death, basically. And, I mean, I always go back to the Kanye thing because after he had that big rant during his concert and they had to shut it down, he was scared. He was scared for his life. That's not somebody that's happy. That's not a happy person. That you're going to shut down your own concert talking about don't send people to kill me. Come on. He was scared. He was scared. Ooh, my stomach. Sorry. If you heard my stomach growling, I'm sorry. I have not eaten anything today. Purposefully, I was trying to kind of do a fast. I don't know what I was thinking. Like I'm gonna fast today, and then I don't know. It's just now I'm hungry. But yeah, it's no joke. It's like a real situation. It's like the devil collected their souls. It has to be that. It has to be that. I think their time was up. They were living on borrowed time, and the devil came to collect, just like in Angel Heart. And thinking about Angel Heart, that goes back to Lenny Kravitz. What's her? I'm at a loss for words right now. I'm sorry. I have to apologize, guys. I am so sorry that I took the sleeping pill thinking I can work through a sleeping pill because usually they don't kick in like this. This is kicking in. It kicked in. So anyway, what was the lady's name? Young lady name that did Angel Heart that was on the Cosby Show? Lisa Bonet. Lisa Bonet was getting heavily into the occult. And yeah, I think she's still in it. Because she even changed her name. She has this exotic name that she calls herself, Moon something. Leilani Moon or something. I forgot what she calls herself. But getting back to Lenny Kravitz for a moment, I think that he might be in trouble because now they're posting his music videos and his music. They're highlighting him now. So something might be up with that. I don't know. And then his daughter is in the Dark movie, the Batman movie, where she plays Catwoman. And it's very gritty. It's not like glossy. It's like a grittier Catwoman, you know, the whole thing. I don't know. It's very strange. The industry is very creepy. It's a creepy industry. It's very creepy. And I was thinking about Kanye and Kim, and I was thinking about how Kim makes a lot of money just by being Kim Kardashian. So I think the Kardashians are part of that whole cult thing. I think they're part of the cult because they all make all this money and they don't have to do anything but just be themselves. You know, Kim Kardashian makes hundreds of millions of dollars just by the way she looks. She doesn't have to do anything, just be Kim Kardashian, walk down the street and make millions of dollars. I don't understand that. See, that's why I know that there's something more going on behind the scenes. Because there's a lot of women with that same shape and same face that aren't making that kind of money. So how is she making millions just by walking down the street? She doesn't have to sing. She doesn't have to dance. She doesn't have to perform. All Kim Kardashian has to do is just be herself. And she makes millions. So there's that's why I know something else is going on. Yeah. She's making as much money as Beyonce does. How is that possible? And now she's a billionaire. Now Kim Kardashian's a billionaire on her own, even without the money she's going to be getting from Kanye. She's a billionaire. How is that possible? So there's another entity working here, you know, and they're signing their souls over to get that money. Because any one of us could be the next big thing. If we were to meet the right people that could change us, because you would have to change, and you could become whatever they want you to become. You could be the next Madonna, the next Prince, the next Michael Jackson, the next Whitney Houston, if they want to make you into that, and you'd be a success overnight. They even had this video about how the devil works. And they showed this plain guy come in, he signs his soul over to the devil, and like within the blink of an eye, he becomes like this huge, big mega star, you know, with the lights and the camera. His whole face changes, his body changes, his clothes change, and then he has all these beautiful women around him, and he's driving in these expensive cars and stuff like that. And then like at the end of the video, then when it's time for the devil to collect, he's reduced back to what he was before, and then the devil takes his soul. But yeah, I mean, it's creepy. Oh, I'm glad you said he was the Prince of Darkness. Yeah, Prince of Darkness owns them. Yeah. Ooh, they said they have to have fake body parts. That's true. They have deals with the devil with fake body parts in here. Because really, if you look at Kim Kardashian, I think 90% of her body is fake. I think it's fake breast, fake nose, fake chin, fake cheek, fake waist, fake butt, fake legs. I mean, everything seems to be, and fake hair. Everything does seem to be manufactured. And they created this ultimate sex object. And she doesn't have to do anything. She doesn't. Just be herself. That's all she has to do is walk around being. And I mean, how is that possible that she's a billionaire based on just being herself, being whatever they created? So I know there's something else going on behind the scenes for that to happen. How is it that you can make that kind of money just being yourself? You don't have to sing. You don't have to dance. She's got a better deal than Beyonce did, because at least Beyonce has to get out there and sing and dance. You know, she has to put on a show. But Kim doesn't even have to do that and makes as much more money than Beyonce makes. That's crazy. That's why I know there's something else going on there, that they made a deal. She made a deal, honey. Her and her family made a deal with the devil. Had to, because how do you make that kind of money? And you don't have to do anything. You can create a product that's just like any other product, like her Skims. It's just like Spanx. It's the same thing. That stretchy material. It's been around forever. all she did was put her name on it, and it's making millions of dollars. I'm like, how is that possible? It's the same stuff. It says Lenny Kravitz. Let me put here. It says Lenny Kravitz has been cleaning himself in the Bahamas, so he is next. I'm giving you all the truth. Ooh, PJ. I'm going to look into that because I was just watching Zoe Kravitz preview to her movie, the Batman movie. And I was like, wow, she's going down the same path as her mom, Lisa, with the darker images, the darker characters. And I was thinking about them. I was like, are they a part of the cult? I wonder if they're part of into the witchcraft thing. Because I know that her mom, Lisa, seems like she's a witch because now she has the dreadlocks. She usually only wears black clothing now. You never see her in bright colors anymore. And she even has a different personality. You know, she's more serious, you know. And then she married the guy named Momoa, the Hawaiian guy. And I think he has dreadlocks too. And they have this kind of weird kind of vibe about them. Oh, Lisa said, well, it says, it says, started with the sex tapes initiation, perhaps. Oh, yeah. Oh, the Kim Kardashian thing? Yeah. It started with the sex tape. That's part of it. It's a humiliation ritual that they do where you have to expose yourself in a sexual way. And then everybody's like shocked. Oh my God, look what everybody's like chiming in on you, like how crazy it is that you expose, that you're in a sex tape and all that. But then right after that, she became very wealthy. Right after that happened, she becomes extremely wealthy and she's hanging out with some big names and she becomes a celebrity, like overnight. She becomes this big celebrity. And I'm thinking, wow, okay. I saw the sex tape and it really wasn't all that big of a deal. I mean, it really wasn't. I mean, the part that I saw, it looked pretty plain to me. It looked like everyday sex to me. It didn't look like something crazy or wild. So I don't see why it got so much traction, but I guess because what's his name is in it? What's the guy's name that was in the sex tape with Kim? What's his name? The black guy. I can't think of his name. Ray J. I think his name is Ray J. Yeah, so he seems to be around. He seems to pop in and out of people's lives too, kind of strangely enough, because he was there when Houston died, and he pops in and out. Mm-hmm. Ray J. That's it. That's his name, Ray J. It was Ray J, baby. It was Ray J. Yep. I just think that once you sign your way, your soul, that's going to be it. And it's really their fault. I hate to say it. It was Denise's fault and it was Prince's fault. They knew what they were getting into. They're not dumb. They weren't these airheads like, oh my gosh, like all I have to do is sign a contract and I can become rich and famous. Oh my God, wow. I think they knew exactly what was going to go down because they put it in their songs. They put it in their songs and they're singing about it. So they know what's going on. And their stage performances are all very witch-like. Because Vanity, to me, looked like a witch in a lot of her videos. She looks like she's casting a spell. And the way she was moving her hands around like they do in the movies when they're casting a spell. She used to do those hand things, the hand gestures. And then Prince with the 3 6s and the big eye that he would wear. He'd have this eye. The all-knowing, all-seeing eye. They both did it. So they know what they're getting into. It's sad, but true. But I feel like they realized their mistake a little too late. And they're like, oh my gosh, I got to get out of this. I don't want to do this anymore. Because Denise said she didn't want to be Vanity anymore because Vanity took over. She didn't even want people calling her Denise. And then she felt like it was taking over. Whoever Denise was, Vanity took over. And she couldn't remember even who she was, which is creepy. It does happen. Have you ever been in a situation where you can't remember who you are? It could be whatever the situation is. Like you really feel like whatever you're becoming is not who you really are, and you've changed so much, and you don't remember who you used to be. That does happen, and that's what she said. Denise said that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. They know exactly what they're getting into. T. Lee, you're right. They know exactly what's going on. They know what they signed up for. But once they get in there and you see that it's more than just performing on stage, that you have to do things for them. You have to actually do stuff. I've heard of things like they have to be a part of killing someone in their family, somebody that's close to them. They have to be a part of that. They have meetings. Like when they're not on stage, they have meetings with these people. They are subjected to be in certain places at certain times to have these meetings, these rituals that we think is just, oh, they just have to put symbols in their videos. I think it's more invasive. I think that they actually have to be a part of certain things, certain rituals. Like I heard a situation where they have to have sex with multiple people. I heard something like that. Just like you remember that movie called Eyes Wide Shut? It's kind of like that. And the guy who directed and wrote that movie died right after it because he exposed it. But that movie called Eyes Wide Shut is exactly what they do. They have these parties, these get-togethers that they all have to be a part of, and they do these ritualistic things together. So I think it's more than just having to put symbols in a video and make certain song lyrics. I think it's more invasive. Oh, let me get back to this last one. It says Vanity got in over her head. She would mirror gaze and speak in the mirror. Yes, I put that in one of my videos. I didn't go very deep into it, but she had alluded to it. But I mean, really, it really was something that she did. She used to have all these mirrors in her house. And then she had this huge cabinet with this huge mirror, like it was from floor to ceiling almost mirror. And she would speak to demons through the mirrors. She would do witchcraft through the mirrors. I think they call them scry mirrors, where it's like a black mirror. And you can speak through it, and entities would come into the mirror, just like in is it Sleeping Beauty, where the woman goes, mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? And then that spirit comes into the mirror and it says, you are the most beautiful. That's what she was doing. They call those scry mirrors. You could speak to demons through it. Now everybody has a scry mirror because your cell phone is a scry mirror. This computer is a scry mirror. We're actually doing witchcraft right now, unfortunately. We're not necessarily aware of it, but this is witchcraft right now. When we use computers and we're summoning images and messages, it's the same thing. It's just more advanced. But that's what she was doing. She was speaking through mirrors. You're right. That's right. She got in over her head because those demons came into her house, and she could feel them touching her. Then she eventually could see them. She said that she could see them. And the thing about Denise, because she has low vibration, she doesn't really, it doesn't hit home. You don't really believe it because it's like she's so calm about it, but that's just her disposition. She's a very low vibration person, but inside she was terrified. She didn't show how terrified she was, but she was terrified. Because could you imagine seeing something in your house walking around and you can't stop it from happening? You know what I mean? It's like in your own home, it's like a demon. And then you're laying in your bed, you could feel somebody touching you. It would drive you mad after a while. I mean, I don't care if you're into that or not. It's going to drive you a little mad. It says, Vanity said Prince taught her how to flirt with her eyes and body movements. In other words, be sensual. Yeah, he's the one that kind of got her into being more connected to the sexy side of herself. And not only that, but he introduced her to Vanity. So to me, Vanity is a spirit. Vanity is a demonic spirit that they did a ritualistic thing with her. It wasn't just, oh, I'm just going to call you Vanity. It was more invasive. They actually, Prince and whomever else was with him, indoctrinated Vanity into Denise. She took on that spirit. So it was a whole ritualistic thing because she talks about in her song Flipping Out that how this man took her into the West Coast town and changed her image, gave her a name, changed her image, and filled her eyes with belladonna. So to me, that's like she was in a drug-like state, that she was open to be possessed. And you have to be in a drug-like state in order to be possessed, I think, either drunk or high or something. So he's the one that got her high or drunk and then got this entity inside of her. And she became Vanity. She talked Vanity. She walked Vanity. She dressed like Vanity. She wasn't acting like Denise. She became this whole different person. So yeah, he's the one that got her into that. That's true. Yeah, I mean, I just think that it's a very serious business, selling your soul. I think the thing is that I think we think that most people think, oh, it's just fiction, that people are just making it up. It's fictitious. There's no way that you can sell your soul. There's no such thing as Satan, the devil. There's no such thing. And that's what people will believe in. Like they believe in, oh, it doesn't exist. But once you get into it, because I think that's what they thought in the beginning, probably like, oh yeah, okay, demonology, yeah, right, okay. They were aware of it, but they probably thought they were stronger than the demons. They probably thought they were able to outsmart the demons, but they weren't. They weren't able to do it. But yeah, so he drugged. I think Vanity was drugged. Denise, I should say, Denise was drugged, and then they did some kind of ritualistic seance, some kind of ritualistic demonology on her, and then they introduced Vanity into her. That's why she was trying to get away with it. Away from it. That's why she was trying to get away from it. She kept saying, "I don't want to be this person anymore," and she used to talk about herself in the third person. Denise was being taken over by Vanity. She saw them as two different people at one point. Then she said, Vanity is Denise. That's after she accepted being possessed. And then when she tried to get out of it, then she separated the two people. But yeah, something's just like, oh yeah, this is a good point. It says like Rosemary's Baby, they drug you and then mind control you to death. That's true. You're not yourself anymore. Once you take on their moniker, whatever it may be, whatever they name you, whatever demon they want you to be, that's who you're going to be until you die. You can't get out of it. It's like you have to do what they tell you to do. They tell you to go to this interview, you go to the interview. They tell you to say certain things, you have to say those certain things. They give you a song, you have to sing the song. They tell you to perform, you have to perform. It's really like that. It really is that way. Because they have handlers around these people. They have people that are handlers. And it's true. And they'll have people manipulating you. Yeah, they'll have people manipulating you. And you know what I meant to do? I meant to have people call in. I know this has been going on for a second, but I guess people can call in. Let me see, clip. How do you do this? Let me see if anybody wants to chime in and say something. You can do that. But let me see if I can get this. I meant to do that earlier, and I totally forgot. I do apologize. I meant to put this link, so if somebody wants to talk about whatever you want to talk about, you can always click on that and chime in if you like to, and say whatever, if you have something to say about the Prince and Vanity situation. Yeah, I meant to put the link in there. I totally forgot. I totally forgot. I'm sorry, guys. And part of it was because if I hadn't taken this sleeping pill, I would have totally remembered. Yeah. It says, that's why she went hard for God. The evil was deeply disturbing. She ran to Jesus and found peace in him. God even blessed her to get out of that marriage. He could have killed her. That's true. She got out just in time in that marriage. But if anybody wants to click on that link, you can call and speak about the Vanity Prince thing or whatever you want to talk about. I meant to do that earlier. I totally forgot. Totally forgot. Yeah. Oh, There we go, PJ. Add to stream. All right.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
I wanted to come on here and let your fans know. Um, Back when I was in high school, uh, I got discovered by the Prince.
Mm.
Me actually it wasn't even me. It was my the lead singer. His name is Charles. Charles Raw is his stage name. My stage name at the time was just Chris, and we just got a chance to play around everywhere. My sisters as well, they're singers and they got a chance to travel, go to Italy. And the one
Wow.
thing the one thing I learned about Prince is that dude, man, that's the most hardest working dude I have ever learned from. I mean, that guy, he was crazy. That man
Yeah.
was crazy.
Yeah.
And he's not everyone's cup of tea. I will say that he's not. And my God, the dude is really short in real life. If y'all want to know, dude is very short,
Five
very
foot
short.
one.
But I'll say this: very intimidating.
Mhm.
I am a fan, but I learned when I first met him, I didn't like him because he's like a bossy. How can I put this? He's like a bossy female in a
Yeah.
way.
Bitchy. Bitchy
Yes,
bossy.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, and very mysterious and very witty. He's
Mm-hmm.
very witty.
Yeah.
And if you can't do what he wants,
Yeah.
he would get rid of you.
Yeah. That's what I heard.
But despite what you hear about his Hollywood career, the dude was the most fun-loving, funniest guys I ever got a chance to work with. Prince Roger Nelson was cool,
Wow.
and he allowed us to work with him for the Essence
Mm-hmm.
magazine he was doing,
Oh.
and it was
Okay.
really fun. It was really fun, but when you don't do what he asks, that's the only time he gets really pissed off. And people said you
Mm-hmm.
have to basically, if you're gonna go to Paisley Park and you're gonna be around Prince, you have to be doing something. And if you're not gonna be doing something, you might as well act like you're doing something. I remember
Mm.
my friend Charles was coming down from the stairwell,
Mm-hmm.
and Prince was coming from his office. True story, coming from his office. This dude literally, like, you can't make eye contact with him because this dude took off in a sprint in them heels, man. This guy took off, and I tell you what, he took off in a sprint and then turned around. I mean, like in full speed, turned around, like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "What the?" Like, this dude
Wow.
doesn't even want you to make eye contact with him. But
Wow.
I guess when he realizes you're not doing something, he'll turn around. Like, I mean, his heels did a little, turns around, looks at you like, what are you doing? Well, you need to be doing something. Find something to do. And if you can't, it's like if you can't like say yes, sir, I'll find something to do. It's
Mm-hmm.
like all he has to do is snap his finger. I mean, this and his assistant, like, yes, sir, find these two young men something to do. I'm like, God.
Wow. So you actually
And
met him. That's crazy. Go ahead.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we were working for a group. Now my sisters, they were working under a group called the Curly Fry. Well, my
Oh,
sister was, and
the
her
cool.
best friend is now an artist that goes by the name of, I'm pretty sure you heard of this name, Danny Leia.
That's familiar.
Danny Leia,
Oh, she's a singer.
she
She's a singer.
yes,
Dominican?
that was discovered
This
by
Dominican,
Prince.
right? Is she
Yes,
Dominican? Yeah, I know who that
yes,
is. Yeah, very
yes,
beautiful
Danny
lady.
Leia. At
Yeah.
the time, she was in Prince's first video called
Uh-huh.
Breakfast and Wait.
Hmm. I have to look at that. I'm gonna watch that.
She goes by
Wow.
her real name is really Danielle Criel.
Okay.
But now she's an artist that's going by the name of Danny Leia.
Yeah, I know who that is. Yeah.
And my sister
Mhm.
used to be, a her partner in dance. They used to have
Okay.
this whole dance group called. They're on the hit and run. I think when it was one or two. Life's Like a Max. They're on a song with Prince as well.
Hmm.
And I just got a chance to be around Prince just for the SNL magazine he did.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a chance to meet Hannah and and her husband, who was really nice, and
Uh-huh.
her like girl. I mean, it was really nice, but man, he's
He's
just not a person that I mean. I love him, but as you get to meet your heroes, I guess you come to find out that they can be lovable, but they also can be mean. And that's the energy of guy. I'm like, this guy, I love him, but he's mean. I said, for a short guy, you got a lot of animosity. I mean, I wasn't afraid to talk back. And that's why he didn't like me as much. Because here's the thing, I'm born May 21st. I'm a Gemini too.
Oh wow.
So I'm a mixture between Taurus and Gemini.
Uh-huh.
And I guess he knew that. I said, look, my evil twin come out too, Prince. You want to go? I'll fight you too, Prince. You want to go? And when I tell you, my friend said, no, man, because this man will probably shimmy out of this jacket and be ready to go at you, charge at you. And one of his assistants, Miss Stephanie, she was like, whatever you do, don't make eye contact with him. Only speak when he wants to speak. I'm like, what do you mean only speak? And only eat when he, like, you have to wait until he's done eating for you to eat. Wow. It was like, that's just how Hollywood is, I guess.
That's weird. That's kind of weird.
And this dude would make you wait for an hour. Like, you'd be waiting for hours and hours and hours just for him to come downstairs in Paisley Park. I'm like, dude, what's taking so long? I was here like on time. I had to leave my hotel, get dressed, and be there on time just for me to sit in that lobby for an hour waiting on him. I said, what is he doing? Getting his hair done? What is he doing? Putting on all that makeup? I mean, I love you, Prince, but dude, like, why am I waiting? And I'm here like early. I mean, early on the dot. And then track of time at Paisley Park. It's like being in Alice in Wonderland. I mean, time is all like time is different. We operate on his time. And his time, I kid you guys not, his time is all over the place.
Yeah, I heard that he didn't have any clocks in his Paisley.
No, he didn't.
He didn't allow it.
He didn't.
Yeah. Or cell phones. And
it's all because it's Jehovah's Witness thing. I get it. I get it. But even when you're tired and you're exhausted, he'll like, I hate when he always says, okay, we're going to take 5. Any questions? And as soon as we say, boom, it goes in another jam. Like, hey, this guy playing. And he'll smile too. He got that little pucker, smirk on his face. When you knew, when he kind of, I guess he kind of knew you had to go to the bathroom, you had to eat, you had to sleep. But since it's like going on like it'll be 2:00 in the morning at Paisley,
2:00.
And the only way you would know that it's 2:00 in the morning is if you look at your phone. But make sure the thing is you got to make sure that he doesn't catch you looking at your phone. So you gotta just have to just check your phone when he's like talking to another student, and then it's like it was so. I wish my sister was on here with me because she would tell you it was so nauseating, and he'll have the girls just be dancing nonstop, like keep on going, and even when he left the room, he'll still be like somewhere. This man, I felt like the pictures in the park. I felt like he was always watching me, like
he has cameras in there.
Yes. I kid you not. There was like I felt like he can hear me pee in the bathroom or something. That's crazy. Like, I came out the bathroom one time. I hope I can nail his voice. He goes, "That's why that bathroom was so long." I'm like, I was really using it, but I saw you. He literally, I kid you not. This is my friend's story right here. But I saw you washing your hands.
What? No way.
Argue with me. No, sir, I'm not gonna argue with you. All right, then get back in the lobby.
I saw you washing your hands.
Yes, he literally goes, I saw you washing your hands.
You should write a book about this.
Everyone has their Prince story, so everyone has. And this one story where my sister said, I wasn't there. Oh my God, this man. He claims that his voices in the wall at the hotel we were staying at. He hears voices coming out of the wall, and I kid you not, there was a lady that was trying to give Prince uh Bible, like actual Bible verses. I don't know why, but there was a lady underneath the crawl space of
The
the
crawl space.
yes, and then she was in the other room, hidden underneath the bed, underneath the crawl space. So security comes upstairs
Ooh, that's weird.
and at the hotel that we were staying in, and this is around the same time he was doing that Baltimore show. This is when that incident happened in Baltimore, and he went
Mhm.
over there to do a whole show for Baltimore. That's around this time,
Oh yeah.
and it was just weird how he said, "I hear someone in the crawl space by my bed," and then next you know, the security comes. This dude, and I tell you, this man
Weird.
is. My sister tells my mom, God rest her soul. My mom's not with us anymore, but he literally was in his. I can't make this up. This guy is dressed to the 9 yards. I mean, high heels and everything, and a creamy silk pajama pants. It's like someone just sold him in it. And he goes, "I told y'all, I ain't crazy." And after pulling this lady, who this lady was, they literally pulled this lady out of the crawl space of this other room next door,
That
and he
is
said he was
weird.
quoting Bible verses to this man, like
Wow.
trying to persuade Prince to not be a Jehovah's Witness for some reason. But
Oh
his
yeah.
what got me the most is he tells his security, he calls his security, "Bitches, I told you I wasn't crazy." Security, they didn't believe it. They didn't want to believe. They thought there
I
was
can
this
see that
losing
happening.
his mind. They said, "Prince, it's like 5 a.m. in the morning, and you're talking about there's a lady in your crawl space, and you hearing voices. Like, dude, go to bed." And then when they come up with the he kept on complaining at the front desk. So finally, the front desk calls security. Security calls the police. They investigate, and they actually found a lady next door in the crawl space shouting out Bible verses to Prince, and that was coming
Weird.
through. That was
That's
coming
so
through the vent.
cringy. That's so scary. That's scary.
He had some crazy fans. This man has some crazy fans.
That's part
But
of the piece.
rolling with him, I'll say this: you really felt protected because this man. It was like rolling with the president. Like he had all this police.
Uh-huh.
It was like,
That's what I
and
heard.
he always. Me and my friend Charles, his real name is Charles Raymond. He was like, "Dude, watch this. I kid you not." I'm like, "Dude, I really wasn't paying attention." I said, I'm just a drum. I'm just part of the band." And then I became my sister's entourage when she got, doing her thing with a group called, like, once again, I said the Curly Fry.
The cool right.
That was the group's name, the Curly Fry. That was the group's name. And my friend was like, "You ain't gonna believe this. Like, watch this man sprint out of these little private venue shows that he would do. This man would take off in a sprint, and there were people just screaming, screeching his name, just going crazy. And we're just like loading stuff onto the limousines, and we're loading stuff onto the trucks, and we're just loading our stuff in there. And I remember his one of his assistants told me, "Y'all need to go ahead and get in the car because when Prince comes out here, he wants to like get in the car and go." And I remember just sitting there waiting for him, and we're waiting for a whole hour. When I tell you, this man comes running. Like, how is he even running in heels? How is he running in heels?
Yeah, I
He takes
couldn't
off
understand
running.
that.
And
I don't know how he could do
this
it.
is the most funniest thing I've ever seen him do. Charles said this man slides. Like he didn't even, the door was open. The car door's open. This little guy just comes in. I mean, I wish I could show you. He literally just jumps in the car and the car just takes off.
He's like that. Prince was very athletic.
I'm like, what in the world? Like, how did he even? And he goes, "What up, y'all?"
Because look
Like,
at it.
we didn't even see this man. This like, dude, you just did a tuck and roll slide through into the seat.
Mm.
And he like when he did that, I'm like, I think he like he's like a I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It's like everything he does is like a magic trick.
Yeah.
And I kid you not, everything this man does.
Yeah.
It's like him and Michael Jackson are the masters of catching you off guard.
That's it.
It's like it was always this like every day that I got an opportunity to work with Prince Ross, and I was like, even my sister told me, you're going to be caught off guard every time with him because you just don't know what to expect with him.
Mhm.
And there's
He's like-
another story where my sister said he was wearing, I don't know why he was wearing these stockings, like wearing flip-flops. Like
Stockings and flip flops. What?
yes, he had these very comfortable. He had these very comfortable high heel, and everything he had, everything was always on a wedge. This dude was never off the ground. Like every time he would wear something, he would always have it like
Elevated.
He could not, yes, elevated. Like he can never. I never saw this man without some type of wedge, whether it's his slippers, his shoes. And I gotta say this, I challenged him. I challenged him to a game of ball. And yes, I did lose. He is phenomenal. He is phenomenal when it comes to playing basketball. I was kind of scared. Me and my friends were kind of scared to play him. I'm like, I think that Dave Chappelle story is true, man. I don't want to do it. But my friend Charles Raymond was like, no, let's challenge to a game of ball. Let's challenge to a game of ball. I said, no, I rather just play some ping pong with Prince. I'd rather play ping pong. I don't want to see what that basketball game is going to be like. But he played ping pong with me. I lost. I ain't gonna lie, I lost. But when we got down to the basketball, I was like, oh, this is gonna end bad. This is not gonna be good. This dude comes in here, I mean, wearing, once again, it's like he's not even wearing a jumpsuit, he's wearing whatever. Like, does his pants even come with pockets? Like, why is his clothes so silk and smooth and always wearing the nice creamy colors, like the nice orange, the nice blues? I'm like, dude, this guy's always dressed in the nine. Yeah. And he's never, for ladies that want to know, like, I would think he would wear cologne, but this dude smelled so heavenly. Wow. I don't know what fragrance he uses, but my God, it's the best fragrance I've ever smelled. I mean, he smelled better than my sister did.
Wow.
Yes, he smelled better than my sister, and his hands were so soft. He always shook your hand like, "Morning, did you guys sleep okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I slept okay." He's like, "All right, you go to the kitchen. There will be some pancakes. Wait for you. Tell the chef that I sent you down there." I'm like, "All right."
Weird.
And yes, this guy would have his chef serve us the best blueberry pancakes I ever had in my life.
Wow.
And he'll get mad if you did not finish them. He'll be like, "Pancake now." Like, what is it with you being the most controlling freak? So my sister said that's probably why you and Prince get along, because one, your name is Christopher. His name, I said, no. My real name is Christopher. My real name is Christopher. And it's not, I told him it's not just a stage name. My real name is Christopher. And then he thought I was taking the name Christopher from the movie. Tracy. Yeah, I'm like, no.
You definitely should write a book.
I have to. I said, first of all, my last name is Bentley. Christopher Bentley. There's nothing to do with Tracy. PJ is just a name I made up, you know. I make up different names for my YouTube channel and stuff like that.
You have content?
And that's how he found my sister. And he never told my sister how he found her. He never tells anyone how he finds them. But it was through, he said I think he did finally tell her. And it was through one of her hair tutorial videos. And I think this is when he was trying to go all natural on his when he went from curly hair to that afro. Yeah. And it seems like he was really into that. He was really trying to get his afro going, which he finally did. And around the time that he had an afro. I truly believe the only reason why he got an afro had nothing to do with my sister. I think it was because he was dating a young lady named by the artist named Andy Hallow. I don't know if you know who that is.
I don't know that. I don't know that name. Andy Hallow? No.
Yes.
I'll look it up, but I don't know who that is.
She is a licensed girl who's a singer, and she's a great musician as well. And she was around when I was there for Essence Festival and
Okay.
Baltimore. Like there was a lot of people. Judas Hill was there. She was pretty cool. She was
Mm-hmm.
pretty cool. Judas Hill. And she actually did share some stories about her working with Michael Jackson. You can't even mention that in Paisley Park. You can never mention that name in Paisley Park. And I never slipped out and like I said I really wasn't a Prince fan because I didn't know who he was.
Mm-hmm.
I actually thought Prince was like a he laughed and I said I always thought you was like a big fashion designer the way you were a hairstylist.
Oh no.
And I thought he went the other way at first growing up. I thought he went the other way, and he laughed about that too. And I think that was the goal. The reason why I had a great chemistry with him, and he was just a great mentor. And the one thing I learned from him, and I will share this, is repetition. Like that's what I got out of him, repetition. And learn your craft. He told me keep playing the drums because he said I actually started out playing the drums at the age I'm 25 now, and all he wanted me to do is just get better and better at playing the drums, and I practiced more than ever because of being around him.
Okay.
And then with being around him and Hannah Ford, who was his drummer, she taught me some things. She's phenomenal. I just love Hannah Ford. She's amazing. That girl is amazing. And then learning from Prince, and I mean Prince just like I remember coming from this hotel I stayed at. He'll have a driver always come and get me and get my sister and get everyone that was involved that year for the Essence Festival. And I think that happened in 2015, I believe. And it was just like I caught this man playing the drums. I mean, like this guy, I can't make this up. And my only witness to this is the Roots. What's his name? Questlove. I got a chance to meet Quest. Quest is that guy is like like walking encyclopedia on Prince. Really nice guy, real down to earth. He's like an uncle to me. And he said, you ain't gonna miss this. You're not gonna want to miss this. I said, what is it? Prince jump roping or like doing something weird? No. He said you may want to come to the studio. Was it studio? I think it was Studio A or Studio B. He always plays in, and he was just in the sound. No, he was in the sound booth room, and it was really where they actually do a lot of the Third Eye Girl rehearsal space.
Okay. But
for some reason they set up the drums for him, and when I walked in, they told me that like to hold on, and as I'm sitting down, it was Hannah Ford's husband that says, y'all got to check this out. And he just gives us the headphone set. I don't see Prince, but you can hear him. And this guy is just getting, I mean, he just, like, oh my God. I started crying. Like this guy, his drum solo was so good and so, oh my God. It was like, oh, I just started crying. Like, I have never heard someone play the drums that good
he's really
in my
good.
life.
Yeah.
Not even my dad plays drums like that. I'm like, oh my goodness, this guy can play drums. And then the best thing he did was, after hearing that, everyone gets quiet because he's such as good as he is. He loves to ask you, "How was that?" And I just told him nothing. I didn't say anything. I was like, "Who am I to tell Prince? You know, that was good." I didn't want to critique. Like, who are you to critique Prince of all people? You know. But he always he was always like that. Like, how was that? How was that? I'm like, not even his staff members, like, don't say nothing. Just don't say nothing. This dude, if you'd even say, "Oh, bro, you the bee's knees, man. You good, man." 5 minutes later, you're fired. That's
yeah, I can
Prince.
see that happening. Yeah, he was like
That was Prince. That
you
was
say
Prince.
the wrong thing, you're out.
You say one thing about, oh, like you saying him being good, in his mind, he'll take it as you're being sarcastic. You're being, you try to be funny. But why even, if you know you're good, why even ask? And then from what Questlove told me is, it's just a test he puts everyone through. He wants to know if you're going to fanboy out or you're just going to, stick with him. And I never really fanboy. I can't really fanboy out because I don't really know his music that well. And I only know him through one movie, and that one movie is Purple Rain. Now, I learned about multiple music through him, talking to him. And I said, that's the only one movie I know. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You never heard of Soft and Wet? I'm like, what? Never heard of, he was naming some good stuff. Automatic, Controversy. I'm like, what? He was like, okay. he thought I was just being like
shady.
Like, yeah, like I said, Prince, I'm not. I ain't gonna lie. I wanted to tell him to his face, I'm really a Michael fan, but I didn't know. I didn't want to do it.
Don't say that. That
his staff members said, don't even mention that name here. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? I said, I'm more of a Michael Jackson guy.
God, right.
And there were times where he looked like Michael Jackson too. There were times where he actually looked like Michael, like he favored Michael. But I felt like if you, and then he actually mentioned it once, and this was the most funniest thing he said. You can't mention Michael Jackson's. He goes, you can't mention Michael's name here. The paint on Paisley Park. He said something about the paint will crumple or something like that. Like yes, that paint will crumple. You can't mention Michael. I'm like, what's wrong with mentioning the other guy? That's what I always said, the other guy. But he knew who was hinting to. Like, what's wrong with the other guy? He goes, what other guy? The guy with the he said the guy with the broken nose that tried to sing like me. I'm like, no. Oh God. He was always throwing shade at Michael Jackson. He said the guy with the broken nose that always tries to sing like me. And I even asked him questions about Pharrell Williams. He said, oh, his weak vocals. I'm like, wow, Prince can throw some shade.
Yes, he could.
What do you think of Pharrell? I asked him, what do you think of a lot of the young artists? He goes, I don't have time to listen to music. I make music. Hello, I hear that.
Yeah. He was in
his engineer, they always said that's all he ever does. He wakes up,
makes music.
Don't know where he wakes. He likes to wake up, record, and once he records, he loves to put it in the vault. And I tell you, like, I haven't been back over there is because they changed everything, and I just don't want to. It's not the same.
Yeah, I plan to go to Paisley Park in 2020.
You should.
Yeah, in the summer.
I had a chance to be there before they remodeled everything.
T. Lee, did you want to chime in?
And
yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
I will say this to T. Lee, and to everyone that's listening. I don't think this is really hard. I don't know what happened, but I will say, from my first time working with him, he always had somebody with him when it came to going to that elevator. Apparently, he was claustrophobic, really claustrophobic, and he never went in that elevator by himself. So that's what I saw. Now, as far as him taking drugs, I never saw that. I've never saw
ask you about that. Yeah.
I have never seen him take any drugs. Prince is just like me. He was very hyperactive. Now, my mom, before she passed, she used to think he had ADHD. Like, Prince was like very hyperactive. He was always going, for a small guy. Everything around him was larger than life for a small guy. Never seen him drink anything. like alcohol or anything.
Mhm.
You couldn't bring in McDonald's or anything like
Any
that
fake food
around
like
him.
that? Yeah.
He was a real hard vegan. Like he was like a real raw
Mhm.
vegan at it too. Love to eat salad. Love to eat like a lot of seafood. Like that's the one thing I seen
Yeah.
Prince eat, a lot of seafood, a lot of seafood, and just drown his salads in seafood and a lot of pepper, man. Like, he would just be drowning his salad in pepper. I ain't never seen someone use that much black pepper. Oh, and
Mm.
another guy I got a chance to meet through Prince, Arsenio Hall.
Okay. How was that?
Arsenio Hall is a very funny guy. He's a very funny guy. Um, Same thing with him. He said he's never seen Prince drink or do any drugs. Prince was not that type of dude. So when we all as Prince fans, as not even Prince fans, as the Purple Army family here, uh, I was shocked to find out that he died from a drug overdose because I never seen that. I
Hmm.
never seen him not like I've seen staff members, people around him would ask for like Tylenol and aspirins and painkillers from dancing, and he would always give you the best advice. You know, Prince didn't trust his doctors, but yet he was going through pain. Like from what I do know, this dude was hurting because when I was around him, he always was walking with a cane. Leaving in Paisley Park, he was walking with a cane, but never did he ask for any painkillers. So I don't know where that rumor started. He never is like he always was equipped to dealing with whatever pain he was going through.
Hmm.
And he has mentioned his knee to me. He mentioned his knee hurts a couple of times when we were playing ball with him, but the dude was always a professional, always.
Okay.
But as far as the him taking fentanyl and him, I mean, his hips didn't seem like they bothered him when he was around people.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. That's my honest opinion. He never really was a guy who looked like he was in pain.
And
Mm.
did he thanks first of all, thanks Avale for allowing us to come on your show. I love the platform.
You're
Like I said
Yes.
welcome.
earlier, thank you. I love the platform that people are able to just talk about it and bring a lot of these issues up because it is mind boggling. We want to know what happened. PJ,
Exactly.
exactly. PJ, I want to ask you, you said like you never saw him do that, but and you said he was always surrounded by people. Now the thing with the elevator thing, that kind of always struck me as I felt again
He
the
always
word
had
was
a
used
key. He always
claustrophobic.
had.
Hmm.
He was very
You,
claustrophobic because I remember me and this other guy that he put who was the same age as me
hmm
now. Um, he would always want us to do film, like always film everything.
hmm
He actually he asked me to document everything, and I didn't even know how to do that. Like, dude, I'm just a drummer for a band. I don't even know how to doc. I don't
hmm
know how to do that. Like, I'm not good at like working camera work or like footage or anything like that. But with Prince, you can't say no. And if you tell him no, you will be gone because it's an honor to work with him. Number one,
hmm
so you can't say no to him. So everything was yes, sir, no, sir. That's it. And if you can't
Hmm.
do acts, his staff member said you will be gone probably tomorrow, or you'll just be gone like that. Like you'll be gone.
So you said you never saw him do which like in your which he wouldn't really like. Well, some do. Celebrities do pop pills. They do the pills in front of everybody. They do drugs in front of everybody. But you never saw him. But what about
Never,
never?
never,
But
never.
painkillers. But I do remember slightly that he did have issues when he after that the movie when because he jumped up and down and he had a lot of leg pain and hip pain and
He
it was
was
something
always
about
when I was around him. He was always fun loving. He was never like he never showed that he was in pain. That's my honest opinion, guys. He's never showed me that he was hurting. He was always like very hyperactive. He's always was fun. And there was one person there that said, Prince, why are you always bouncing around? He literally says, because I'm always trying to save the world. It's very funny. The dude was very funny.
Yeah, and I like most of us in the chat, I don't feel like, I feel like that drug overdose was just like that's just weird. It's just not, it just doesn't add up. I really feel like
I
it was
agree.
a ritualistic, satanic sacrifice. It has to do with numbers, like we were all saying before, everyone's saying before. And, and he paid the price for
Yep.
what he chose to do with his life. And the devil came to collect and call. And when it's that time, it's that time.
I
And
agree.
yeah. And I
Because the
think
numbers. Hmm.
the numbers, I'm sorry, what you
Oh,
gonna
no,
say?
you go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I think because like what you were saying earlier is um all of these different puzzles and these different pieces everybody brings together are little clues here and there. But the main ultimate thing is that they chose this life, much as
They,
the artwork is love, as much as like PJ said, like, because I remember I had a friend that went to a, there's two Prince stories I have. I had a friend that went to a show where he was at, and he said that literally when they were behind stage, he said that when Prince walked by, seriously. So when Chappelle made that joke about like he saw purple and all that stuff, like an aura was around him, they said they kind of saw him like kind of
yeah, but
lifted,
yeah, there's some
gliding and all
truth.
of that, right? Yeah.
All right. There's no truth to that, I will say, but there were times where this dude, oh my god, would scare the living hell out of me.
Yeah.
One
Yeah.
minute I'm talking to him
Sleight of
face
hand.
to face, and the next minute he'll stand beside me. When I turn around, he's gone. I don't even know where he went. He's gone. And then the minute where you start to think, okay, maybe he had to go handle something. The minute you turn back around
He's
and
right
you
there.
just go back to doing what you're doing, you will hear this behind, big boy. Like, what? Me, like, where do you even come from, dude? And there's one point where this dude comes out of the most darkest places in his own and pays like I never knew why. Like, could it even see? I mean, the hallway would be pitch black, and you can hear like you can hear him coming. But when you look down the hallway, I'm like, is that even Prince coming? Like, because the hallway would be so dark. I'm like, there's no way this man is walking down this hallway with the lights off. Like, he just comes out of nowhere. And then when you look down the hallway, you don't see nothing. And then when you turn back, there he is. I'm like, what the? He goes looking for me. I'm like, oh,
So he's kind of creepy kind of.
Creepy.
yes, very mysterious, very mysterious.
Well, sleight of hand, magician,
Yes,
sorcery.
very much so,
Yeah,
very much
very
so.
much. Yeah, and intellectually and divinely gifted with the music. You know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Definitely blessed because he said that he would always have songs in his head, constantly coming out of nowhere. So
Yeah.
that's a blessing.
That was something you brought up earlier, Avale, when you, and then PJ too, but Avale, when you said that, am I saying your name right,
Oh
Avale?
yeah, that's right. How about
Okay,
it?
Yes,
wonderful. Avale.
yes.
Is that French?
I get well, it's kind of like Italian and French mixed together.
Italian
I
and
just
French?
kind of
That's
made it
pretty.
up.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's a beautiful moniker for a name,
Thank
for your
you.
show. I like it.
Thank you.
But you had said that the music, there was something about like the music, and then PJ, you said something about he was constantly always working on music. But can you
Yes.
imagine though? I mean, it's one thing to be gifted and have music because it's a flow, it's a vibe, it's a way of life for musicians and music. But then, can you imagine like having so much music that your life is just driven by it,
Mm-hmm.
driven
Because he said
by
it was like a
Yes.
curse.
he said it like a curse, exactly. So it was like so they went into this, and like you like I believe like what you were saying before, Vanity, all of them, the ones that go into this industry, they go into this cult, they go into this cabal, they go into it thinking yeah, but well, it is what it is. But I want to be rich. I want to be famous. I want notoriety and all
Mm-hmm.
this thing. But the price behind it is hideous.
Yes.
And even Michael Jackson could not slow down even up to the point when he died. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like a
Insomnia.
curse.
Mm-hmm.
Insomnia, yes, the insomnia, the music, waking up and always have music on your mind. And then to have that vault and have all that music in there and then the world not hear it, that's
Yes.
creepy. That's
That's
crazy too.
true. Isn't that
So
weird?
that
Yeah.
is weird. Think about that. And then having like you said, and I think Barbara said it earlier, and someone else said is that so so you mean to tell me he gets his masters and then all of a sudden now he's dead?
Yeah. It's a
So
setup.
it is a
Still,
setup.
oh yeah, yes, still.
Yeah, it's a
So
setup.
it is a
His
setup.
his
So and
dub.
then like
I
to
forgot the
get to
name. Like I forgot. I never. It was I think that one of the doves' name Majesty, and the other one that died. I forget the name of that one, but his dubs. There was this guy who always. I guess he worked for Warner Brother. Who always would like. I guess make Prince feel disgusted because an assistant will always call and say, "Oh, so and so is here." Now, I never met this guy, but there was always this white guy, mustache, has glasses on, and he would always just be coming in and out of Paisley Park, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out.
was that the psychoanalysis guy Aaliyah was talking about?
I think so. He wears glasses and he has a mustache. He's been with Prince for
Mm,
years,
mm.
years, and Kurt, even Kurt didn't even like him. Kurt, who's been in NPG for a long time, for the Power Generation for a long time. Even Kurt Johnson was like, "Ah, here comes this guy again."
So he had
Kurt,
enemies. He had enemies. So
yes,
Yeah.
he did. And Kurt was oh man, Kurt was like Prince's brother, man. Like he was always with Prince. Kurt even would take Prince to go get his medicine and everything. Like Kurt, I think Kurt knew a lot. He knew a lot, but he couldn't say a lot because he knew if he did, his job would be terminated as well.
wow. If you were scared to lose their jobs around him.
Yeah.
Yes. People were always walking on eggshells. And I will say there was a lot of yeses and not enough nos in pages for around Prince. There's too many yeses. There was so many yeses. I mean, what I mean by like yeses, if Prince woke up at 5 in the morning and it's snowing and it's like fall time, and if he said, "Go get me a llama," you would have to explain to him, Prince, that's not possible. It's 5 a.m. in the morning in Minneapolis, and your demand is you want me to go get you a llama and bring it back to Minnesota. Not possible, man. But his assistant would tell you, okay, we have to do this because Prince has been living in Prince world for so long that he can't understand why you can't get him a llama at 5 a.m. in the morning. That's just how he is, because people have always just catered to him, to no matter what type of idea he'll come at you. It's either you say yes or you say no.
So
And
who do
boy, oh
you
boy, if you say no, he like a little kid, he'll throw like a little
so who
kid.
do you think may have slipped him those pills? Anyone?
Oh,
Anyone?
it was that it was the hookup of him partying a lot. A lot of people just come to his parties. That's what it is. He'll party a lot. So it was never anyone close to him. It was people that were invited, when they have those parties. And Prince
Mhm.
was known to have these after parties right
Mhm.
after BET Awards, the
Yeah.
Oscars, the Grammys. Like this dude would get down on the parties. I mean, he would
Hmm.
party. I only been to one of them. I'm like, my God. I remember meeting Gabrielle Union. I'm like, God, that's Gabrielle Union. I mean, it was fun. It was fun hanging out with Prince. But he was always like, you got to be careful around these people because these people. He would even say himself, these people are snakes. So he was always in tune to what was going on around him, and he will never be afraid to tell you, you got to be careful around that guy. Yeah, that guy's a snake too. I haven't seen him. Like he would say something like, I haven't seen him in 40 years. I don't even know why he's even at my party now. Like he'll just drop you like the ball on anyone. Like he would just give you the 411 on anybody that he didn't trust. And I'm like, Prince, why?
He was a tormented.
And then usually
tormented.
it's usually he'll invite someone, and then that person will invite another person invite another person, and Prince is not going to say no because Prince is too kind. He's too nice. Even if he didn't want you there, he's not going to say no. And I told him, you have to learn how to say no, Prince. Learn how to say no. And I don't think he knew how to say no. Because I felt like he was so used to being beloved by everybody that just that one simple no would shock someone. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not expecting him to say no. And my advice to him was learn how to say no for once, and learn how to like don't be afraid to get rid of these toxic people around you, dude. And the minute he did, look what happened. The minute he was by himself, and I always say he shouldn't have never been by himself, but yet I was one of those person that say you should be by yourself, but I regret telling him that. I think we all do, the people that were around him when we was doing this Baltimore and Essapol thing. I just regret saying I think you should, get some time. And then that's exactly what he did. He got rid of a lot of people that actually worked in Paisley Park, and then hired a new staff just for his piano and microphone tour. And he finally got the yeses the no's that he needed and the yeses that he needed. But I don't think on his last few days, I think those people were the people that you were just saying. They were the insiders that came to collect.
Yeah.
And then I come to find out, I wasn't there, but I did find out that from his hairstylist that he should never did that. And I know the reason why he did it, because he wanted to get his masters back. And when they gave him his masters back, it was the ultimate stab in the back to him. Like they told him, "Oh, we'll give you your masters back. It's only right because during that time it was the 20th or the first it was the anniversary of Purple Rain and stuff like that." And they was talking about giving him his masters back, and they finally did.
And it was numbered.
But then they hold this. I know he said no. That I do know. I know Prince. He did say no. So he did give them the right to remaster Purple Rain, and he basically already remastered Purple Rain himself and already had it in a vault. But Warner Brother wanted to do their own version of remastering, and they wanted that. From what I know, they wanted the one that he remastered, and then they wanted the one that they remastered. And Prince was holding on to both. And then they want anything that he was releasing, like Hit and Run and all his new music with Third Eye Girl. They wanted that too, and Prince said no. And that's why he went on the reels and said, "I don't know if I'll ever release what's in the vault, but someone will."
I think he knew that he was going to get killed. He knew it.
Yeah.
He knew something.
Yeah, he knew. And the last thing I saw from him was I was surprised when I thought that was him when he said just when you thought you were safe, and then all his pictures go into black. I do remember that.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is this?
Yeah, somebody changed his icon on Twitter as well, because he had the icon with the third eye was closed and then it's opened after.
Yeah, I saw that.
Who did that?
So weird.
That's what I want to know. Who did that?
Who did that? Right. And the comment that I said earlier, ritualistic satanic sacrifice was done on them. And
Yes.
yes, and the numbers. And then if you think about it, right before they tend to die, or when it's their time to die, or when they're about to leave. Remember when Whitney with the letter with the brandy thing, and how
Yes.
the night before she was singing with Kelly Price, and how it just was kind of like off, you know. And even when you look
Mm-hmm.
at the picture, she looked off, you know, like
She
just
does.
something was just off with her. Um, Prince riding around with the purple, I mean, riding around on the bicycle with the picture, you know, being
Days
seen, and
before.
days before, like,
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
it's some things that goes off on them. It's almost like
Mm-hmm.
it's pre-planned, it's predictive, and they know. And then, but how do you let the world know, or you give them clues, or you try to, you drop them things, or drop them pearls before you bounce up out of here, because if you say the full thing, um, ain't no telling what the elite. I mean, of course, the elite got the satanic ritual abuse cabal, got rid of them, killed them anyway. But it's
Mm-hmm.
just no telling how they would. Yeah, and like the Whitney with the Grammy ritual, the death numbers, her, and then to come back a whole year later, her daughter, that grieved me so.
Yeah,
Just
her daughter
the
dies the same way.
exactly, exactly.
It's just,
And
this
then
is
they
no joke.
and the day that Whitney dies, the numbers during the Grammys during that time, even that year that she died, all of it is just the numerical numbers were so, it was creepy. It was just
Hmm.
crazy, and
It's
it
like
it, it wasn't a
yeah,
coincidence.
it's
Yeah,
not. It'll be more likely that you would win the lotto twice than this
right,
happening. You know
right.
what I mean? That's how it's.
Set up,
Yeah, it's just
Um,
crazy.
and then with the Vanity dying,
since
and huh?
since you are a hi, man, he's my spirit guide, and he's gonna hate me for this, but I have to share with you because you are a huge Vanity fan. Um,
Yeah.
and I know Morris, and the only people I stay close with is Third Eye Girl and the New Power Generation, and uh, back in 2016, I did get a chance to finally meet Dr. Fink and Lisa and Wendy, the whole entire cast of the Revolution. Um, you were saying that it was Morris Day that got Denise Matthews hooked on drugs, but I'm here to tell you it wasn't. It wasn't because
Okay.
Morris Day has never put a drug in his body.
Are you
Never.
sure?
Yes, I'm sure. And it wasn't Rick James as well. It was not Rick James. A lot of people want to blame Rick James. Yeah, Rick James had a lot of demons and a lot of problems, but he did not expose Vanity to any drugs. Neither did Morris Day. It was Susan Rogers.
Mhm.
Susan is also in the group.
Was
Uh,
that the Vanity Six?
yes,
Yeah.
Susan Rogers had a drug problem. She even tried to get Apollonia on drugs as well. So that's
Really?
where Vanity
I would have
got.
never guessed that.
Yeah, Susan Rogers was a junkie. She was a junkie.
When you say Susan Rogers, is that Susan Moonsey? The
Yeah, the
third?
Yeah,
one that was in the
Susan.
group with them.
Because I call her,
Yeah,
Yeah.
her last
Susan.
name is Moonsey. I don't, Rogers must be her married name, but okay. Oh, I
Susan.
didn't know
Yeah,
that. I had no idea.
the
She
one with
does
the
look like a
white
Yeah,
lady
junkie.
with
those
the deep
girls
voice
look
that says, "Come
they
on,
look
kiss the
coked
gun."
out. Yeah, they look coked out. And I was talking to my husband about this. I think my husband or somebody I was talking to. I said, it's amazing because when you're young and when you're looking up to I was a little girl when they first came out, very little girl, like, and my older cousins, they did talent shows and they did their songs, and I used to be like, oh my God, Fanny's so beautiful, and I want to look like her when I grow up. I'm gonna sing. I'm gonna look like her. And because my cousins, they look like her, and they
Okay.
and they did shows. They did shows like when they were in high school. And we used to sit down, little cousins, and watching them, right?
Uh-huh.
But then, as
Yeah.
you know, when I grew up as a woman, and I grew up and I saw, and I said, you know what, the lyrics, because you look at the lyrics to the song, and I was looking at. I'm very big on body language and facial features and look into the eyes of the soul, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then yeah, as a woman looking back, it's like, oh my God, these women, they're, first of all, they look like street hookers, whores, like how Prince was gonna call them, and they look coked out. And I'm like, so, and they're singing this song that my cousins were singing and we were singing when we were little girls, and it's like, wow, like, but I wanted to be that.
But you could see what the problem was. Yeah.
But I saw what the problem was, and
Mm-hmm.
I mean, later on, but when you're little, you don't, when you're little kids, you don't know. And
Yeah,
then
that's
when you
true.
grow up and then you see it. And then, so anyway, fast forward later on, uh, Vanity's beautiful and all of that. And then, but I really rejoiced when she had given her life over to God. And you can, and like Aaliyah, you've done a lot of research on her
Oh,
life.
yeah.
I love your channel.
Well, thank you.
And yes, and I researched some things on her, and I'm like, and that whole thing with Nikki Sixx and her, and
Mm-hmm.
how
Yeah.
how
Yeah.
that relationship, right? I said, during that pocket and that time in her life, there was one thing he said in there that showed me like her where she was at that time, and then her heart. He said that she was screaming at him, "Why don't you beat me? Why don't you beat me? Why don't you beat me?" So she jumped on him, and then they was in a drug induced thing or whatever. But she was like begging him to like beat her. And I said, you know what, that was indicative of the abuse that she went through as a child, and
Mm-hmm.
that it was indicative also of the fact that she was still being abused.
Yeah.
Because at that time he hadn't laid hands on her. He was just like, I'm dating this beautiful chick, but she turned me out on crack cocaine. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But he's like, but then at the same time, she's crazy because she wants me to beat her. Because that's the only way that she felt like she was something in that relationship, which is, it's crazy, but I understood why. She was trying to relive her childhood and
Mm-hmm.
reliving whatever trauma she was going through at that time with everybody else who was passing her around. Because
Mm-hmm.
trust, she was a pass around whore. They all
Mm-hmm.
were. Anybody in the
Yeah.
industry, think
She talks
any
about it.
she
She
talks
talked
about it.
about
Yeah,
it.
she
She said
talks
that
about it.
in order to get a role, she had to
In
sleep
order,
with certain people to get certain
exactly.
roles. Mm-hmm.
She had to sleep with the people to get certain roles, and she was a pass around, just like everybody else at that time in the industry, and that's how they are now.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
when she gave her life to God,
Mm-hmm.
that to me was like, and then like something you brought up too, something you said, and somebody else had said in the chat, or in one of your other things, that said that she was when she became a born again spirit filled Christian, she became like addicted. It was like she transferred her addiction to Jesus and like the crack and the cocaine and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but if you really think about it, the life that she led, the things that she saw, the demons, the levitating, the like the scribing in the mirror, scrying in the mirror, talking to the
Mm-hmm.
demons, and
Yeah.
like you said earlier, you her being in her house and having no peace, and you hearing demons talk to you, walk through the halls and all this stuff, and like you are by yourself. I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm.
You try to find peace, and then when you find that peace, and that peace holds back darkness for as long as he can't be and I believe the Lord did that, allow that for her. And I'm so grateful that she did choose him and that she did get saved. That was her saving grace. And
I
she
think
did
so
have,
too.
it was her saving grace. And then, like you said, with the whole thing when she was supposed to die back then, when that whole crack overdose, and then I think with the husband that she had, and I'm so grateful she's out of that, because he was gonna kill her. Let's be
Mm-hmm.
real. He would have ended
Yeah,
up
she
killing her.
was. Yep.
He done already killed a couple of folks
Eventually.
before eventually he was a
Yeah.
serial killer.
Yeah.
He done killed people
Yeah.
before. He done killed people after. So, but but God had, but still, even at the same time, and she lived her life and she went hard for God. And I believe she went hard for God because of the life she lived, because she went hard for the devil. She went
Yes.
hard for the devil. Why not go hard for God? And I believe he protected us thus far. Yet then at the same time, we know we do reap what we sow. Mm.
I agree. And she knew that. And I
And
think
she
Prince
knew
knew it
that.
too. Yep. They
Yeah.
both knew that their time was running out. So that's
Yes.
when they became more religious or more into God, and they try
Yes.
to redeem themselves. They both did redeem themselves, I believe.
Right.
Yeah, I think they both
I
got
like
out of
that.
it, but
Redeem.
they knew they were gonna die sooner or later. So
Yes.
yeah, and then when Prince found out Vanity died, he knew that his time was limited as well.
Yeah, he knew. 3 months
Mhm.
later, was it what? What, 3 months later, 2 months later?
About 2 months later, yep,
Yeah.
scary, but he
It's
knew.
very scary. He knew.
So
I will say this:
mhm.
being around him, you guys might crack up. Um, I remember every conversation was never eye contact. Whatever you do, oh my God, they told me whatever you do, do not make eye contact with him. Do not make eye contact with him, and he'll try to make eye contact with you, but I always was looking down at my shoes when I was always, and he always thought I was sad or depressed. It's just that making eye contact with Prince Roger Nelson, this guy was so fine. It's like watching a baby deer. Like he was like, oh my God. And then like he'll say something to you, he'll be like, Chris, and I would turn the other way. A minute, I'm like, yes, sir. But I would turn the other way. I'm like, I know if I look in this man's eye, like I felt like I'm gonna be wearing some girl flip flops. I'm gonna be singing something.
That's crazy.
Like he got me one time because I was not paying attention to what he said, and when I tell you, he breaks out into this high pitch, beautiful song. I forgot it was one of his songs. It was Adore. I'm like, oh no, oh no, and he was singing that in the freaking lobby. I mean, not even the lobby. No, it was the kitchen area in Paisley Court. He was singing that, and I'm like, I was like, totally ignoring him on purpose because I knew he was trying to make me lock eyes on him. And then he goes, until the I'm like, oh no, oh no. Like he starts singing like, and I'm literally like looking in his eyes, and the guy behind him was like, oh no, not to tell you guys the truth. I have never been the same since. I have never been the same since.
That's interesting. You have to come up with. Do you have any content on your channel? PJ?
No, I don't. But I don't mind. I don't mind sharing. But
I
my sister has so much. My sister has so much. And I was like, remember that one time we were working with Prince, and Prince just decided to, out of nowhere, just hit me with the song "Adore." I always ask, why did he do that? She goes, because that's Prince. And I'm like, why sing it to me? You can sing that to you, but why sing it to me?
He liked you. Obviously, he liked you as a person. He trusted you.
He's like your energy spirit.
Yeah.
You know, he said he hated Purple Rain.
Yeah, I heard that too.
He hated it. He said he wanted to be out of that.
And then like when you sit across from him, not to interrupt you, he'll he'll be rubbing his soft hand. Like, don't stop touch, yo. I always wanted to, like, I always felt like I was getting ready to get into a fight with this man. Like this dude like smoothly touch you. I'm like, why are you touching me, dude? I'm just a hired. Okay, what I am to you, Prince, is a hired musician, and I'm not even that good of a drummer, but I'm a hired musician. I work for you, sir. But you don't gotta be like, rubbing my hand and everything. And I did get one hug out of nowhere.
Pass at you or something? Was he trying to flirt with you or what?
That's what
it sounded like. And touching you with his soft hands.
Very playful. He was very playful. Okay. That's why I was like, I don't know if this guy is either straight or bi. I never, like, you could never detect. And then when he was like,
I thought he was
like he was like a, how can I say? He's like a cat playing with yarn. That's how he plays with humans. Like he was like a cat. You never knew what he was gonna do. Then he would just wink at you all the time.
They said Rick James used to be sitting in the cut looking at him like, this little bitch.
Yeah, I heard him say something like that. Yeah, Rick James said
Rick James was like, he couldn't stand him because he didn't know what he was. And I remember the first album my dad bought the album I was like, ooh, his first album. I was a little girl child. And I looked at it and my eyes were doing tricks to me because I was like, is that a man or woman? Okay, he got a mustache, but his hair is flowing and he's flying on the horse of Pegasus. I was like, but he got hair on his chest. What is that? Is that a man or woman?
You never knew. You just
didn't know, right? And even when I saw When Doves Cry, my brain was, I was trying, as a child, I was trying to figure out what is it, because his hair was fresher than
Mm-hmm.
Michael Jackson. He had on that eyeliner and the
Uh-huh.
purple and the ruffles, and I was like, I don't see any dudes around here.
Right, exactly. He always
Right.
the
Very
gender
feminine.
envelope. He'll always
Gender.
have people guessing if he
Yes.
was straight or gay. He put it in all of his songs, that, trying to get people to guess. But I think he was
Right.
bisexual. I
I
think he
think
was
so too.
bi. It's hard for
Yeah.
me to. I can't see any man that's 100% straight would
That
I
would
wear
see
do
this
that.
women's
man
boots,
go skating.
high heels. I don't.
Right. High heels. Exactly. Or the butts, with the butts out. Because remember
With the
Kiss, I
butt
think
cheeks
with the
out.
butt cheeks out, no straight man will do that. Exactly.
I'm like, that's not. I think he's bi.
Of course.
I think it's bisexual man, and he's not gonna tell you. He's just gonna show you. Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. But PJ, you've met him and been around him, worked for him.
Yes.
You have to come out with a book or something. You have information
There's so
that
many
we
people
don't
coming
have.
out with books, so I was like, ah, forget it. Like, there's so many people
You
coming out
should.
with books.
No, you
You
should do it.
should.
I don't
Yeah,
see
and
why
have a
not.
blog.
Your
Yeah.
time to print a
Oh,
blog
there
would
was,
be a
I
great
seen this
idea.
man cry because I should never done that to him. It's one thing I do regret. He had the picture in his office, and I just looked at it and I said, who's that? And he just kicked me out of his office, and he cried, and it took one of the a lady that works like the high assistant and said, "What did you say to Prince?" I said, "I asked him who the young man was on his desk." That's Gregory. Gregory who? Gregory Nelson, his son. I was like, oh, ooh.
Oh, wow.
And he got really emotional. He got really,
Wow.
oh. Then my sister's like, she necked me. She said, "Idiot!" I'm like, I didn't know. I didn't know. How do you not? I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. I mean, first of all, I didn't think he would even have the picture of his son on his, like, I didn't know. Like, I didn't think he would have that on his desk. And there was multiple pictures of Haute-Tea too. I'm like, what? You would think you would get rid of stuff like that. But with so many pictures of him around the entire compound, and only a few pictures of him and Haute-Tea from the it wasn't even from the new power generation. It was like some like old pictures he took when he was on, I guess, the Oprah Winfrey show.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Yeah.
some old pictures that he took with Oprah, and like, so it was like, okay, I know who Haute-Tea is. That was your first belly dancer and everything, and that was your first wife. But anything, I asked him only one time about his second wife, and he was blunt. He said, "I burned that down." I'm like, anything with Manuela Testolini, he just destroyed it.
He had another wife.
Yes, named Manuela Testolini.
Yeah, I remember her. She's like half Egyptian, half Italian.
Yes.
She sort of favors a little bit like Vanity. She kind of,
Yeah, that's exactly why he married Manuela Testolini.
It's very similar.
Exactly why.
Yeah. And then they divorced. So
Didn't you do a thing on Haute-Tea, Abele?
I did like a little bitty. What was kind of like who would Prince be the best matched with? I think I did something like that.
Okay.
And I might have mentioned her like
Mhm.
in something.
Yeah,
But I
because
don't
of
know.
the whole baby losing the thing and the whole 6 days later, and
Yeah,
that's sad, but
it's very
kind of
sad.
weird. That's sad. That was sad.
But I heard this. What I heard. This is a rumor that
Okay.
Maite used to do drugs, and that's why the baby came out that
Oh,
way.
the baby came out.
And
Wow.
then she had a miscarriage before that because of drugs, because she was a cocaine head or something like that. That was a rumor. I don't know if it's true. Could be.
Could be. Oh yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
And he was always talking about this tour, but I don't think he could do it because certain things that there were certain things that he wanted to do but couldn't do because it had to be approved by Warner Brother still.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he didn't bother. But I do remember him always saying he wanted to do a tour with Lenny Kravitz. He wanted to do a tour with all
I heard
these
about that.
people.
Yeah.
And
And
then
somebody
the
said,
one thing he did that really made me, and this was my departure from Paisley's Brother. Actually, I didn't get fired, but this has made me just be like, I'm done. I'm done. The minute he signed whatever deal with Jay-Z and Beyonce on this thing called
Oh.
the
Tidal,
title.
that
Yeah.
I was done.
Oh wow. Yeah.
I was done.
Mm.
We all know what Jay-Z represents. He always throws it up.
Right.
The
And
Baphomet.
yes,
Right.
is that? And I was like, wait, why would you
But then it goes back to what you
trust
said
that?
before, Avale. It's the club. What everybody was saying in the chat. It's the
Mm-hmm.
club. It's a
Mm-hmm.
cult.
The cult. Yeah.
It's a whole game in the industry. It's a whole another sector
Mm-hmm.
in society that we get glimpses of it.
Yeah.
They're
We
all
And
do.
then
tied. It's all tied.
It's all tied together.
Yeah.
That's
this
why they're
this
so
other
wealthy.
That's why
this
exactly.
I can explain to you how he got those glasses. It was these two girls named Coco and Breezy. They came in and they made these. I mean, they made these cool glasses. And I remember when Prince saying, "Oh, now you made me famous" and stuff. And then he started using it for Third Eye Girl. But the original glasses were just made for something, something cool for one of his
Okay.
albums. But
I
then
didn't know
he
that.
started using it for something else. I mean, it was around the same time he was managing Janelle Monáe around that
Mm-hmm.
same time, and she was doing something with her, her what's that first album she released? Electric Woman, I think it's called.
Electric Lady.
Yeah, she was doing something with what's her name? What's her name?
Erica Badu.
Yes, she was doing
Queen.
something with Erykah
Uh,
Badu.
I'm afraid forget
Yes, yes, yes,
now.
yes. And
Yeah.
then he was getting ready to get the whole Billboard Icon Award, and then that's when right after that, that's the first we see Prince with his afro, because at the Grammys he didn't come out with an afro, and that was the Grammys I think LL Cool J was hosting. He didn't come out. I remember he was wearing these black sunglasses. He had a hoodie on, all black hoodie, all black. He was dressed in all black. That I do remember. And then it was that at that very Billboard Award for the Icon Awards where he transitioned into wearing his whole third eye. I mean, that the whole "You Need to Fix Your Life Up" song. He played a great version of it, and then for some reason, he just transitioned into the whole third eye girl thing. I didn't
Mm.
understand where he was going with it, but I did feel like it was a little bit occultic. The
Yeah,
whole eyes,
esoterical. Very
yeah.
occultic. Yeah.
And then he
Third
did say
eye.
he didn't want to do it because his old band was like they were against it. The new power generation was against it,
Mm-hmm.
but Third Eye Girl wanted him to go with it, because they're the new band and this is who he's with. And then the whole Plectric Electrum thing came out, and then it's like he was uncomfortable wearing those shades. He even said he didn't even understand why
He
they
looked
they wanted
uncomfortable in
him.
that. Like those pictures I've seen, like
Yeah, he didn't want to wear them. He didn't want to wear them.
he looked at very disturbed, very not comfortable.
But
Somebody in the some Lisa and then Melissa gave the answer, but I think Lisa, she asked about why was Vanity speaking in the mirrors. That's it. Staring in the mirror to speak, and then Barbara answered, staring in the mirror to speak to demons. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. You probably came in later, Lisa. And Melissa, you were right. She was scrying. She was calling up demons in this ancient ritual.
Exactly.
That's what she was doing. Yeah, scribing. Yeah.
Prince tried to get me to do that, and I didn't want to. He told me to always play the drums around a lot of mirrors, like
Uh-oh.
practice makes perfect. Yeah, like he wanted me to spend a lot of time in a room. Like he wanted me to go home and practice, playing whether I'm playing the guitar, because I can play multiple instruments too. But he always wanted me to be in the garage and just practice in the mirror a lot, like practice, watch yourself play, watch yourself play, watch yourself play. And I mean, at first I didn't think anything was wrong with it, but as I started to do that, I would get very hot, like so freaking hot, and I never knew why I was getting hot. So I just stopped doing it, and when the minute I
You
stopped doing it,
feel
I felt
something.
better.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad.
You
I'm
were
glad.
feeling some kind of demonic energy coming towards you, trying to
Right.
possess you, probably.
Right. Coming out those mirrors, buddy.
Coming out the mirrors,
Conjuring.
conjuring the devil.
Yep.
Could be.
Yeah, it was
Could
a
be.
little bit
Yep.
weird. It was a little bit weird.
That's crazy. Ah, wow.
Mm.
I'm glad you guys.
Oh, and the one thing y'all want to know why he does what he does when it comes to his screaming. I
Yes.
seen him do that in recording, and he doesn't even trigger it. It just happens to him.
It just comes out of nowhere. Because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like it just comes out of nowhere.
The screaming, huh?
That screaming.
No,
That's
I shouldn't even say this because I don't want to get in trouble. But his handler would
Mhm.
would say something to him,
Trigger.
like yes, they would trigger him.
Uh-oh.
And next thing you know, as he's recording, he would say, I'm not gonna scream today. I scream in a lot of my old albums or a lot of my new stuff." And his handler would say something, "Prince," and then he would say, "Ah," and then next thing you know, Prince is like, "Ah!" He just does his weird scream. He starts screeching, and
It's
then he
very.
says,
It
"Ah!"
comes from deep
Okay.
within. It's a deep within scream.
Yeah, it is.
It's
Yeah, exactly.
amazing, but it's shocking too.
It's
I'm like, how do
And
tormenting.
you
then
do that?
If he's being
Prince
triggered, you think
really,
about it. Yeah, he's being triggered, and if the handler's there and triggering him, and if he can't control from when that handler says a certain word and he's triggered, that is torment.
Mm-hmm.
What? I would like to bring this up too. The something you guys were talking about earlier, and the shaving of the head. Remember how we were talking
Mm-hmm.
about the shaving of the head, that
Yes.
their ritual humiliation thing that some of these they break down, some celebrities go through,
Yes.
or something traumatic, right? We
Mm-hmm.
understand MK Ultra. We understand like historically MK Ultra, beta sex kittens, things like
Oh
that, right?
yes.
This is the one thing that has stayed with me from the first time I read this years ago, and it was in Rolling Stone magazine. This was like before the internet was popping. So when Bryce Taylor had mentioned that when she saw Michael Jackson in the Jackson 5 when they were younger, and with the lights being flashed, this was her story, what she recollected, that when they were young boys, the lights were being flashed before they went on the Ed Sullivan show. Her
Mm.
words were that she saw the lights were flashing, blue, green, red. The stage, they had a lot of lights. The lights were flashing in their face. They were all lined up, and she saw a big man in the back of them, told them to drop their pants and watched every one of them get raped. This man penetrated all of them. Then they told them to
Mm-mm.
pull their pants up, and then they went on stage.
Oh
Well,
my.
and they went on stage and they performed after that. But here's the thing. So I hear her story. I know background to satanic ritual abuse things, research that I've talked with people. I've talked with survivors from that before even reading that. So when I read that, they said some of the satanic ritual abuse says sometimes when they were thrown in rooms, they would put the lights on them and they would rape them. They would torture them like that. Then I found out later that it's a monarch mind control programming, Blue Project programming that they do with their
Mm-hmm.
victims, right? So they psychologically mess with them with the lights. They'll rape them. They'll stretch their bodies out. They'll deprive them of food and all kinds of things, and by having the lights blaring in their eyes, right? So I want to remind you, and I want to remind you all, and everybody in the chat that's listening, connect the dots with this. Whenever you see a celeb, okay, let me go back. So then in other articles, Jermaine and them mentioned that sometimes when Michael would go his father to the some of the people in the music industry's house. He would come home for days as a little boy, and he was sick, bowled over, sick. Had a lot of
Ooh.
diarrhea in the back. He would diarrhea a lot, and he would just be sick for days.
Oh, weird.
And a lot of time, and as a little boy, and would not really want to go with that. So trauma. And if you look at the family, how that soft spoken they are, you can see signs of trauma in that family.
Mm-hmm.
Now let me bring it back to the lights. So when Britney Spears went off, she cut her hair.
Yeah,
What
she
was
did.
happening to her? The paparazzi was taking pictures of her.
Mm-hmm. The
When
lights
the
flashing.
lights, yes. When Beyonce and Jay-Z was in that elevator, what the first thing when Solange was beating the hell out of Jay-Z, she was fighting. Beyonce was like in a trance. If you
Yeah,
look
she
at her,
was
she was very
numb.
numb, trance-like state. That's what I saw. I saw a woman that was triggered and was sedated and was told to go back. When they took those videos off. When they open the elevator, first thing that happens when they step out the elevator, what's going on?
Lights flashing.
Lights flashing.
Mm-hmm.
Beyonce looks blank in the face, and then all of a sudden she sees the lights and she automatically goes. It's very creepy.
She snaps back.
She snaps back and she
Mm-hmm.
smiles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember Halle Berry? When they said Halle Berry went off, I said, my heart just went out to her. She went off when she was holding her baby, coming out the restaurant, and she was screaming, "Get those cameras out of my face! I don't want those cameras in me and my baby's face." And she had on shades.
Yes.
Why are these? And look, Britney Spears and the other baby, what's that baby? The one that lost her mind, Amanda Bynes. Same
Mm-hmm.
thing.
Yeah.
Come outside. They would come outside. She said, "Can you please leave me alone? I just need space. Please don't take pictures of me." She has a hood on, has the glasses on. Why? Because the paparazzi, it's a form of handling, it's a form of control, it's a form of mind manipulation, it's a form of wherever you go, we've already tortured you. And we're going to remind you, even if you step away, we'll drag you ritualistically, we'll humiliate you, we'll do whatever we can, but we're going to remind you what they do to Princess Diana.
Everything you're saying is
I
highly,
agree.
highly, highly, highly true.
Yeah.
And because when I was getting in the elevator rides with Prince, and Prince always had the keys
Mm,
to everything in his compound, and he said something crazy to me one time that relates to what you're saying.
mm,
Um, when those elevators shut, I was never afraid to be in an elevator ride with Prince. The truth would actually come out. Like he'll just like I felt like I would get the real one-on-one talk with Prince. And it's like as we're going down to his recording studio, as we're going to
mm,
Studio A, he's like, oh, like he goes, oh, you gotta be careful with MK Ultra because it would like erase your mind, dude. It would drive you crazy.
He
It would
yes.
said
drive you
that.
mad.
So he knew what was up.
Wow.
Oh, wow. He even said that, huh? MK
He even
Ultra.
said that.
Just like
Yeah, he
that.
said the MK
Wow.
Ultra would drive you
Erase your
mad.
mind. Right. Exactly.
He knew.
He
That's
knew.
exactly what's happening with the lights and the triggering.
Yes.
This
If you
dude
think
punched the
about it,
freaking wall because I asked him, "Were you ever under MK Ultra?" He goes, "Ah!" I'm like, "Whoa, Prince!" I'm like, "Dude, what's the problem?" He goes, "Don't even ask me that question." He said,
wow.
"It's not even a question to debate." He gets all mad. I'm like, "Okay, all right." I'm like, "I'm just
Wow.
asking you that it happened to you." He just punched like, no, it's just not. Just listen to me. Just listen to me. Just don't let them do it to you."
Mm,
And
that's
he
deep.
always would demand like, "No, man, I'm a slave. I'm a slave, man." I'm like,
And he's
"Oh, I'm
right. He's right.
a
That's
slave,
what you
dude."
just said. That's the key to the whole thing. That's the key to the whole thing about what we're talking about and what the conversations that people are having inside with themselves and just with other people or just wanting to get this out is that we look at the industry, the whole entire gamut of it. It is a slave induced
Yeah,
satanic ritual abuse all the way around. And he was a slave. He was a slave. And just like Michael Jackson said he was a slave to the music. He said he would do things and he would not understand why he would grab himself, why he would do certain things, because he was triggered.
He was triggered and he was programmed. Yeah.
And he was programmed, exactly. And that's the whole thing. Like with him, like Prince
I got a
called
lot of
himself a
truth.
slave. Right. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
I got a lot of truth from Prince Roger Nelson. He would say things like, "Stay away from MK Ultra. Stay away from the satanic tiles. Like, what is the satanic tiles? Like the white and checkered flag.
The white and black, yeah.
Yeah, he told me stay away from that, and then he said something about, oh, stay away from the royal family. They're like reptilians, dude. I'm like, what? He's like, they're reptilians, dude. They're like lizard people. Coming like what? He said they're like lizard people.
They are though. They
like he said that to me. He goes, dude, they're lizard people, man. They're lizard people. Like, I thought he was just pulling my leg. He goes, no, they're lizard people, dude. I'm sitting there eating lunch with this guy. He goes, they're lizard people. They're lizard people.
He knows. I bet you didn't know what he was talking about, huh?
I had no idea what he was talking about. I thought he was pulling my leg, and then he goes, no, they're. And he kept saying it, shaking his head, lizard people. Remember I told you that, lizard people, lizard people.
Wow.
He said, if you want to be like me, and you want to be in this industry, I'm telling you, you got to be careful. Think smart.
So how do you get through the Luciferian or the satanic hold on the industry? You can't really get out of it.
Well, once you are a part of it,
that's it.
It's best to from what I learned from him, it's best to like, you just have to keep your damn mouth shut.
But here's the thing. What if you have to be a part of a satanic blood sacrifice, meaning you have to help get rid of someone in your family? You're okay with that?
No, you don't have to blood sacrifice. Oh man, he told me that there's some things, there's other ways around it. Like he said, you don't have to pit down anyone in your family. It doesn't always have to be someone in your family. You can pit down someone you don't even like. Yeah, there's someone that you just like, that did you wrong, like back in like high school, like, you know, you always put them down. I'm like, what do you mean? Because he said the devil feeds off hate more than anything. So if you're looking to kill someone that you hate, that gets you, he was telling me something like, that gets you even more power, money, fame, that you put down someone you hate.
Interesting. I didn't know that. That's new.
And then if you're wicked already, they're like the royal family will indoctrinate you. Like the industry will indoctrinate you to where like you'll have $7.1 million, like, because you're wicked. You thrive off wickedness.
Right.
Like you're wicked. If you're witty and you're wicked and you are already have a record of beating on women and you're like to drink and stuff like that, and they already look at you as like, oh, okay, he can hang with us, he can handle it.
Interesting. So you have to be evil to handle them.
Yes.
Okay, got it. That's what I thought. There has to be something in you, since you know what's going on, that you like, you know, that you're like them. So that evilness is in you somehow, some way. Could have been because you were abused, or your environment, something happened to you that made you okay with that.
Okay with
but then you wake up.
Now, me personally, blame my dad. My dad got me into Nickelodeon, and I was doing kid modeling at first. I was modeling at first, and then when my sister decided to do dance, and then she decided to sing, and then when I became a musician, my dad was like, okay, we're running with this. And then in high school, I also blamed Miss Storm, my theater teacher. She was telling me about the whole dying ISIS, and she was teaching me this and that. So she was teaching me the industry without me even knowing. Like she was teaching me the industry because I guess she saw that I was serious about transitioning into being a celebrity. I told her that this is what I want to do. This is what I'm doing. But I was young and stupid then. I was young and stupid. But it was my parents that was like, no, he's serious. He's serious. No, and in my point of view, I was serious on wanting to be a musician. The whole acting and music theater, I thought I was just doing it as a hobby, like as an after school activity, and then it just took off from there, and I never stopped. And then my sister getting her chance to work with Prince only because Prince found one of her hair tutorial videos on YouTube, because Prince can find anybody. And getting a chance to work with him getting a chance to work with my sister, and then discovering me through YouTube, through my sister, because my sister had my channel, basically had my friend's channel, Charlie's channel, in the same, thing going on. So therefore, he found my sister's channel, and then found my friend's channel, and then found me. And then once he found out I'm related to so-and-so, so he's like, okay, I guess we're both going. And my dad said, yeah, you're both going to become. Why should your sister become famous? Like, I was like, Dad, I don't want to be famous still. I don't mind working with famous people and meeting famous people. Heck, I didn't mind meeting when I got a chance to meet Adam Levine. I didn't really care for Adam Levine. I just wanted to get his autograph and keep it moving.
Right.
But these celebrities have a way of, oh, you're not just gonna sit down and talk with me and have dinner with me and act like you don't want to be in the business. And then when Prince found out that I was a musician, he was like, oh, okay. I wasn't going to turn him down because I wanted to learn from it anyway.
Could you type in your sister's channel into the chat so we can look it up later? If you don't, in yours?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then, like, right now, my sister, she actually has her own hair business. She's like a hairstylist out here in Texas now. So I'm glad she's gotten away from it. Now she's doing hair and she's doing her own thing. I'm like, oh, thank God. Me, still doing music, but not music to how they say chase the clout. And I was like, I'm not trying to chase the clout because it's bad. It's really bad.
It is. The industry is, if it was dark before, it has gotten even darker. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Because when Kanye West talks about how his mother died, he blames himself for that. He blames himself. He goes, he says he sold his soul to the devil, and then he talks about how his mother died. And it was his fault. Yeah. So, yeah,
I believe it. Yeah, blood for blood, like you said, like earlier, you were saying earlier. Once you win, you win.
That's it. How do you get out? I don't know.
You can get out through the main thing, like you said, death will bring you out, or giving your life over to God. But even then, as we've seen with Vanity Life, she still had to pay.
Yeah, she still paid.
And I pray she's with because it seemed like she loved the Lord till the day she died. So
yeah, I think she was fine. She redeemed herself.
Fine. Yeah, she redeemed herself, exactly. So
she came out of it.
Yeah, you pay. It's a price to pay. If you ever get a chance, check out. I don't know if you ever heard of Rebecca Brown, MD Brown. It's an old book. It's called "He Came to Set the Captives Free." It's about Thanks,
PJ.
It's
okay.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Beautiful ladies. Yes, he did, Melissa. It's called "He Came to Set the Captives Free."
Okay.
And then she wrote "Prepare for War" after that. But that'll give you some background into the lives of witchcraft and Satanism in the industry.
I will look it up.
Yes,
I definitely will.
There's an audio on YouTube, and then you can go. There's a PDF. You can go and download it to read it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you.
You're
I appreciate that, T. Lee.
Yes. Thank you for having me on. And PJ.
Wonderful, PJ. You guys were wonderful. Thank you so much. I wish I would have put the link in there earlier. I wasn't thinking because I had to take. Oh, PJ's back because I had took a sleeping pill. It threw me
Are you
off.
still sleeping?
A little bit.
A little bit. Okay.
We're gonna be going off soon. PJ's back.
Okay, great.
He has to say.
So now I'm in trouble, guys. So now I'm in trouble.
You're in
Why?
trouble? Why?
Was my friend texting me? You sold out. You're selling out, dude. What are you doing? I didn't even know he was watching you. He goes, you sold out, dude. You said too much.
You sold out.
You sold out.
You really didn't go that deep. You made some generalizations. You didn't
yeah.
say,
I said I was making jokes. He's like, no, dude, you sold out on Prince too, man. Now he said, now they're gonna come for me.
no.
They don't know where you're at, but they're gonna come for me. I said, he goes, I'm still trying to get in the business. They're gonna come from like he said, they're gonna find you, they're gonna get you. I'm like, dude, let them find me. Let them find me. I don't care. Let them find me. I'm speaking my truth. I don't care. Like I'm not even in the business anymore. I don't socialize myself in the business anymore. He said, yes, you do. You still talk to me. I'm like, dude, you're the one that wants to sign the contract. You're the one that wants to go the full mile, the full throttle. I don't want to be a part of this anymore. So therefore, I have every right to speak whatever I want to speak. So I said, as long as I'm not signing no contract or no deal with anyone, I can say whatever I want. You're the one who can't say anything because you're the one who's trying to get in business.
Oh, he's a singer?
Yes, he is.
Oh, okay.
And he wants to get into business. I said, I'm just a musician, dude. I just play.
Well, good luck. It's not what it
Don't
cracks.
tell me
Not everything
to
is
keep my
fair.
mouth shut. I said, I only can keep my mouth shut if I'm signed. I said, last time I checked, I ain't signed to no record label. So therefore, why should I have to keep my mouth shut?
But you didn't say anything incriminating anyway. It's everything is just known fact. Everything was already out in the open, and we were
Yeah, it's already been
discussing
said.
it. Right. So we plead the blood over you. We plead the blood over this entire broadcast, over Avalay, over PJ, over everybody in the chat room. We loose the angels of God to watch over us and keep us in Jesus' name.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Television.
You're welcome.
So this may be wrapping up because we've been on for 4 hours. I wanted to let people talk, and I'm so happy I remembered to put the link in. Thank you guys for reminding me. This has been a very interesting live stream, my first one. Thank you guys so much for chiming in and giving your points of view. It really opened my eyes to other things.
Good.
Thank
Same
you.
here. You're welcome. Thank you. This
So
was
PJ,
awesome.
thank you. I hope we can do this again very soon.
Yeah.
So guys, stay tuned. Thank you so much for coming and giving your support and your love. I appreciate it. And I do apologize that I'm groggy. My sleeping pill kicked in. So thank you guys for understanding. And I wish you guys the best. And hopefully we'll be chatting soon.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Stay blessed, everybody. Stay safe.
You too. You too. Good night.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
As the artist Prince would say, peace and be wild.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.